Well. Hello, day 76, people. It's finally arrived. We've been waiting 76 days for this exact day to happen. Can you imagine that? Well, it's happened, and it's better than you could have ever imagined, I'm sure. Oh man, I just noticed some. Hey, Kimpop. Kimpop says hi. Give me a second. Nico says the stream is lagging again. Well, that's unfortunate. Is there anything I can see from my end? Let me see. Testing. 1, 2, 3. I don't know what that's actually going to test, but I got my trusty little air blower thing. So let me just clear my keyboard real quick. I had a big cleaning session today, so I've organized a few things, but then I also picked, I guess I kicked up a lot of dust in the process. So, not the best cleaning job, apparently. 456 says, Nico, now it's okay? Hells yes. Well, thank you very much, Nico. You were the first one in the chat, so I made sure to give you those spicy, juicy prize pixels, aka PPs. So I've given you 300 PPs. Enjoy it. Don't use it all at once. Welcome, guys. It is the 76th day of my live streaming journey. So, not necessarily 76 days ago, because we have taken a number of pauses in between, including the 2-week break where I shot that documentary, which you can see pinned on all the chats. So go feel free to check out my 5-minute short documentary film that I made. It's on my YouTube channel. I do appreciate everyone's love on it, always. Feel free to watch it like 15 times if you'd like to, or 76 times, since it is day 76. So anyways, I do appreciate everyone who's been here, has been a part of the journey. I decided about 3 months ago to start multi-streaming. Well, technically I was like, look, let's see what it's like to be a live streamer. And then as I was deciding how to do it, I figured, why not? Let's go off the deep end and try multi-streaming across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, and see if the technical know-how, if the internet, let's see what breaks. And if it doesn't break, then we will have been forged through the fires to be able to stream across multiple platforms at once, which I'm sure it can't hurt. So yeah, that's been a fun little kind of a experiment that we started 3 months back, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. It's been a fun process. I've definitely improved the streaming quality, I hope, in terms of, my personality, unfortunately, it can't improve. It'll just be what it is. But the things around the personality. So I've made improvements to the audio, right? We got a better microphone. I think I made some adjustments to the lighting, the colors behind me. Hopefully having my cats more often. Oh, there you are. Yes, we got one of our cats chilling over here. So yeah, I hope that you guys have been enjoying the ride. And yeah, there's been a bunch of new people who've hopped in since the documentary and the Nikon ZR video that I released on my YouTube channel. So that's been super exciting to see. A bunch of filmmakers also hop in and give me a lot of critiques or advice on being a better filmmaker myself. So yeah. Now, on that note, that is what we're going to be focusing on today. I did take yesterday off, so I apologize. I usually try to make a note to publish something on my Discord if I'm going to be taking a day off. I just forgot to, let's be honest. But yeah, essentially yesterday I was just catching up with some people, and it just became a little bit too difficult to try to map in some streaming in between, hopping out of my apartment and being social, having a life again, discovering what that feels like. Today, we're back to having no life. I am going to be streaming probably until midnight. I'm really excited to stream because we made a decent amount of progress the other day on making our LUTs. So let me hop over into this kind of view as I'm going to go ahead and just get started, shall we? So let me go to the right timeline here. I believe we were working off of this timeline. Yes, we were. All right, so let's recap a little bit. Again, no fluff today. I just want to get right into the action. What was it? 4 days ago, 5 days ago, 4 or 5 streams ago, I've kind of embarked on this journey, which should have happened in the very beginning, to be honest, of if you're going to be a video editor, I feel like you should probably learn the fundamentals of how do you edit videos, right? It's kind of in the name. I did not actually do that. You know, I did a little bit, right? Like I learned the fundamentals of DaVinci, just like how do you drag things in and all that fun stuff. A little bit about like the colors that you work with, or like how do you set up these notes. So I had a general sense of how to do it, but not really the understanding or the technical know-how. We still don't have the technical know-how, nor do we have the understanding, but at least we've embarked on that journey. And so for the past 5 streams, I've been watching a bunch of YouTube videos. There's been a number of people in the chat who've also kind of provided their inputs. And from all of that, I have now created this new, let's see if I can make it a bit more big screen here. I've now created my new node structure. So if you are unfamiliar with the terminology of nodes and such, in DaVinci Resolve, they utilize this kind of nodes concept. You basically create a bunch of these nodes. You can see you can drag in, you can drag in these lines to connect it. And it kind of goes in a sequential order based on how you drag in the lines from like left to right, kind of, I guess, because you can move these around wherever you want it to be. Anyways, so these nodes are how you can do non-destructive color grading. Because, you know, let's say if you designate one of these nodes where you're like, hey, in this node, I want to do everything to do with like adjusting the brightness, the exposures. This is the one that you would do. And if you ever want to readjust it, you just go back here and then be like, oh, you know what? Never mind. And you can disable it. You can adjust. And yeah, you won't affect the others. So it's kind of like layers in Photoshop. Nico, he said, you are lagging again, but I'm not sure if it's my internet or yours. Nico, it is my internet, and it's on the Twitch side again. Let me just let you know. Nico, it is my Twitch connection again. Let me see if I should try and reconnect my Ethernet or pray to Twitch gods to swoop in and save me. All right, which of these options should I go with? Let me try. I'm going to switch over to my Wi-Fi because my Wi-Fi should still also be technically pretty strong. So if I do this, bear with me. You guys might all be somewhat disconnected. I'm not sure. Let's see. Now on the YouTube side, YouTube always holds strong. So that's where I can kind of place my bets that hopefully no issues. Thanks, Nico. And let me keep troubleshooting on Twitch. Okay, let me open up the restream. I always want... Okay, so my Twitch is back to showing stable. So Twitch is fine now. Let me go ahead and run a test and just see, based on the servers, if there's any other issues popping up. Hello, Nico. Oh, Nico, are you Nick? Should I be calling you Nick and not Nico? I'm so confused now. We've got dual personalities over here. Nick, thank you very much for popping on the YouTube side. That is quite new. I'm used to seeing you on the Twitch side. Well, welcome to the dark side, man. Asia. Okay, let me test out this server here. Okay, server looks fine. And Nico, for what it's worth, I think maybe my Twitch stream is back to normal again. I could be wrong. Or at least the bitrate is showing green. So, yeah, YouTube, it's good. Yeah, man. YouTube is, you know, it's kind of funny. It's you would assume a streaming company, Twitch, weren't they like the first ones? Aren't they like the market leaders? How is it that the market leaders are the ones that I'm having the most difficulty with when it comes to just having a stable freaking internet connection? I just don't understand it. And I don't really know if it's worth... Because the thing is, okay, if I disconnect my Ethernet cable and then reconnect it, Twitch is 30 seconds behind. Oh, actually, let me go ahead and disconnect my Ethernet cable now, because I should have been swapped over to the Wi-Fi. So while I'm on the Wi-Fi, if I disconnect, it should be fine. Okay. Nico and anyone else, I'm just going to BRB for like 30 seconds as we literally plug things out and plug it back in. Hold on. Okay. So I have now replugged in the Ethernet. The moment of truth is about to arrive. I'm now going to turn off my Wi-Fi connection, and the hope is that it will just magically, you know, plug in via the Ethernet. So let's see. Let's see if I just destroyed everything or if we're still good to go. YouTube is still showing strong. Twitch is kind of showing a little bit of like some weird, let's see. Okay, it's on the Be Right Back. I see what you're saying, by the way, Nico, that Twitch is like a bit behind. Because it's still showing, I flipped over to the Twitch side, it's showing the BRB sign when I'm obviously back over here. So that's another thing I need to kind of just take a mental note of, is how do I fix the delay? Hey, Nala. Alright, I think Nala's going to hop on my lap in a second. There she is. Alright, Nala, are you an expert at IT? Do you have any opinions on how do we solve this issue? I'll take your silence as you're not paid enough, is what you're saying. Okay, fair enough. Now, on the Twitch side, I believe it's going to show super unstable. Whereas YouTube is fine still. My man, YouTube, always just... If you need a reliable partner, someone that's stable, that'll keep you sane, you should build a relationship with YouTube. Twitch right now, I don't know what to say. Making me feel a bit disappointed. Maybe on the OBS side, I might need to drop my kbps thing. Let me see. Nico, you said I'll be watching from YouTube from now on. It's way better. You can't gamble here? Oh, no. Oh, you can gamble. Oh, here, okay, Nico, here's what I'll do. And also, Nico, do I call you Nick now? What I'll do, Nico, is give it some time for your YouTube username to appear. And once it appears in my gaming system, I will then provide you the exact same number of PPs as you had on Twitch. How about that? Because obviously I appreciate your presence, and I don't want you to feel unencumbered or like feeling like you can't hop over to YouTube where you might have a better viewing experience just because you don't have the beautiful PPs, you know? So yes, you can gamble here. Just give it like a few minutes, I think, because sometimes the new names don't pop up. Because I think this is your first time chatting on the YouTube side, right? So my assumption is going to be that your name won't show up in this kind of user gaming list. Do I see Nick? Yeah, as of now, your name's not there. So just give it a moment, and then I'll give you beautiful PPs. Okay. Okay, Twitch is still showing a little bit of this weird unstable situation. So let me see. Can I refresh this? Let's ask ChatGPT a crucial question here. Amber, quickly, succinct answers, please. My Twitch stream is showing very unstable connection, and there's like some red with the bit rates. My YouTube seems to be fine, and I believe my Kick is also fine. So it's always something to do with my Twitch situation here. Now, can you quickly just tell me, should I be dropping my bit rate down from where it currently is? Right now, I believe it's set to like 4,500 or 5,000 Mbps or kbps. What should I do?
Sure, absolutely. Quick answer, yes. If Twitch is unstable, drop your bitrate a bit. Try going down to around 3,500 kbps and see if that stabilizes it. Usually that helps if you're having trouble specifically on Twitch.
But then on YouTube and stuff, will there be any detrimental effect if I drop that bitrate?
Not really. If you drop the bitrate a bit for Twitch, YouTube and other platforms should still look fine, especially if your original quality is good. It's a minor trade-off, but it usually won't be a big noticeable difference on YouTube. So you should be good to go.
Okay, I just dropped it to 3750 kbps. What do you think about that? Previously it was on 4500 kbps.
Yeah, that sounds like a great middle ground. Going from 4,500 down to about 3,750 should give you a bit more stability on Twitch without really compromising your YouTube quality much at all. So hopefully that does the trick for you.
What do most professional streamers who multi-stream, what bitrate do they normally set?
So a lot of professional streamers who are multi-streaming tend to settle somewhere in the range of maybe 3,000 to 6,000 kbps, depending on what each platform can handle and how stable their internet is. So you're definitely in a pretty normal range right now. If you need to adjust a little bit more up or down, that's totally fine.
Okay, well, hopefully, Nico, things are better. Hopefully, anyone else watching, those of you out there, I appreciate your patience. This is a new problem that I've been dealing with for the past 2 weeks, maybe, where just occasionally it seems like my relationship with Twitch is not the most stable. And so I'm trying to see what can I do to bridge the gap a bit. YouTube is going strong. Kick doesn't seem to have much issues, but Kick also, we just don't have as much consistent viewers to really like rely on to figure out what's changing. Twitch is 30 seconds behind. I'll be watching for. Yep, gotcha. Nick is my name in English. Nico in Greek. Call me whatever you like. We'll go with Nico, man. I've been saying Nico. I like Nico. We'll go with that. Okay, so hopefully, without any technical issues going forward, I should be able to proceed with doing the Lord's work, which is color grading. Let's make some colors here. So, quick side note. I had some really cool companies reach out to me recently, so I'm gonna know more maybe by tomorrow or the day after. But yeah, there should be some really cool things that I can also show off on screen, on stream on my screen later on. So yeah, there might be some fun things for us to be researching as well, like different products that I need to test out. And one of these products is a tried and true. It's an actual. This is the coolest part. I'm finally, right? It's a very, very recent thing, but we finally are getting legitimate companies and brands reaching out about like, hey, would you like to test this product or whatever? That just has never happened, and I'd never expect it to happen anytime even now. Because all things considered, the channel is still very small. I'm talking about YouTube, Twitch, everything, right? Like whether it's streaming or the Instagram is a bit bigger, but like I just haven't been posting there regularly, so it's not like really a gold mine for any brands, I would assume. So anyways, it's been really cool and encouraging to see that there's some cool brands that are established that are open to me, partnering or testing out their products. So I should be able to test something out soon on stream, coming up shortly. So keep an eye out for that. I am a bit cryptic until until you get like the paperwork or the actual terms in writing or something, then I feel like, it's an actual real thing. So yeah. The other thing, let me just do quickly for Nico. Let's see if your name has popped up in the PP loyalty system under Nick. Oh, also Nick, are you subscribed to my YouTube channel? If you're not, make sure to do that. I don't know, you might be already. I know you've been here for quite some time. Nick is still not showing up. Nala, be careful. Nala. Place. Okay. Where is Nico? Yeah, Nick, you're gonna give me some time. I think it'll take a bit for your name to show up in this loyalty system thing. But thank you anyways. Thanks for the troubleshooting. And let's continue. Okay, so where did we leave off on our last stream? Well, we had spent some time creating the structure of our node tree workflow. So as I was saying, there's this concept of the nodes in DaVinci where you can essentially assign whatever you want it to be, but you kind of create your own default settings, you might adjust things, and this is like a template. So every time I have a new footage, I can just open up my specific node, or this power grade is another term that's used. And depending on the settings, it'll just copy over to each footage. And then as part of it, the other thing I need to focus on are what are the key nodes that I normally work with when I'm editing. And then also, are these nodes tried and tested, right, by professionals? So we watched some videos from Colin Kelly and a few others just to double check, like, hey, what does a professional actually do? If you are a master colorist, what is the flow of your structure? How do you go from step one all the way to the end? And so I did my best to kind of review from a few videos and then ultimately end up with something that is mainly what they say to do, with some slight adjustments based on my workflow and assumptions that I've set aside. So here we are. We've got it all done here. So it starts with the conversion into DaVinci Wide Gamut color space, which is the color space within DaVinci that is, I think, one of the widest or has the most range of colors for you to play with. And then I think every colorist always says the same thing, but you basically start with this kind of color correction process first. So essentially you're taking your original footage, you've now converted it into this DaVinci Wide Gamut color space, and then you are spending some time editing to just get the balance of the shot to look as natural as possible. So like typical example being your white balance. So it's like, hey, if you see there's something that's supposed to be pure white on your screen, but it's looking a little bit pinkish or bluish or whatever. So then you might want to take a step to kind of rebalance your shot so that the temperatures are more accurate to what it was supposed to be in the real world. And then you might do things, now there's a new term that I didn't really ever use. It's called primaries, and I believe primaries includes your contrast and your exposure adjustments, things like that. But then basically you would use another node where you might adjust the lighting. Maybe it's overexposed and it's too bright, so you need to balance it back into something that's a bit more neutral. Or in the case of this shot, it's pretty underexposed, and you can see it in the waveforms here that on a graph of 0 to 100% IRE, it's all hovering close to 0, if not touching pure 0. And 0 means pure black, 100 means pure white, which means it's a pixel that you can't recover any details from because it's just going to be a pure black or white pixel. So anyways, normally you would try to balance out the exposure so it's a bit more neutral or like balanced. And so you do all these steps first, and then you move on to the color grading section, which is where you do the creative adjustments. So that could be things like, hey, you know what? Okay, we got the balance. I might want to now have a node where I can also still readjust the lighting in a more creative manner. So fine, I got it to a neutral point, but really I want it to be much darker. So maybe I'll use like some nodes to just readjust things on a creative level. And then we have some nodes for color adjustments. So whether it's like saturating specific colors or all the colors, or desaturating, adding density to the colors themselves, or shifting the hues, all of that kind of stuff happens here. And then we have some other blah, 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 but then you can do some more creative stuff, including a placeholder to put some LUTs in. Dehancer, which is again that software that I got access to, which we're still testing out, but I'm going to make a video on very shortly. Some noise reduction if needed. And then we convert into Rec 709, which is one of the standard color spaces apparently that's used by most platforms, including YouTube and Instagram and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, that tends to be the standard that you export or convert the colors into. So you go from like a wide DaVinci Wide Gamut, like this wide color space. So when you're editing, you have a bit more refined control. And then you have to export it and condense it into this new version, which is the version that most TVs and broadcast channels, platforms, whatever, can consume, which is Rec 709. And then I have a few extra steps if I want to do some additional creative things. And then the final step is the sharpen, and we're done. So anyways, sorry, I spent some time to talk it out loud because I have to talk it out loud so I can generally even prove to myself, do I understand the process? And then also, in case someone's listening and they're like, yo, you absolutely butchered that, that's not what that's for, then you can call me out on it so I can correct. We'll do a color correction myself. But now that I have this, I do feel a bit more strong or more confident that this node structure should serve me quite well going forward. So let me just double check. Did I... Whoops. Did I save this properly? This is from the 16th, so I do believe this is the exact node structure from the saved version. Yes. Okay, cool. All right, so that's where we ended that one stream. Nico, you said, yeah, I subscribed the day I first watched your stream. Yo, thank you very much. I apologize. I forgot seeing your name come through on the YouTube side, but obviously I do appreciate that you took the proactive step of supporting me one step further. So, hells yeah. Let me just quickly look at Twitch again. I think Twitch is showing a network error. Stay with me. I need to defibrillate it. Here, let me check out Twitch on my phone. Are we still having issues? Stay with me. Twitch. Okay, let me wave my hand. I just waved my hand. Let's see. How many seconds behind are we? Oh, it's showing a disconnected thing. Christ. Okay, it's back. It's back. Let me do a little fish wave thing at 3610. 3610 is when I did the little fish wave thing. And how much time is passing? 36. Oh my god, is it almost like a 20-second delay right now? Yeah, it's like a 18-second delay on Twitch right now. Well, unfortunately, I don't actually know how to solve for that. But I appreciate those of you watching on the Twitch side and on YouTube and the 2 people on Kick. Yo, thanks for being here. Okay, so let's proceed. Not much more I can do on that front. So now that I have this new node structure, let's go ahead and pop open one of my other shots that I've been wanting to work on, which is the iconic. I say iconic. To me, it's one of the best shots I've taken, or it's one of my favorite shots, which is where you see the chimp walking. Where are you? Here you are. This guy. Okay, so we had this older version of our node structure, which I am now going to essentially delete. But let me just see. Version 2, create LUT. Version 1, OG. Clean LUT test. Okay, so using this one, let's go ahead and delete everything. Then we're going to apply this node structure. Okay. So according to this, what's just happened is I've applied my node tree, and as part of that node structure, you see that it went from that log format. Whoops. Here, let's just do it again. So we have this flat version, and now we've got our colored version. However, you're noticing that some things need to be adjusted, because obviously here we can see that some of these guys are pretty dark, underexposed. Christ. Why can't I figure this out? Okay, I'm just doing some extra checks here. Okay, so it's super underexposed. It won't be for the whole thing, I'm assuming, because I was just walking through the forest, so at some points it does change up because we opened up into like a forest opening with some more light. But generally speaking, I can see that it's fairly dark. I'm not going to start from the beginning though, because this part I don't know if I'm going to keep for the color grading section. I want a moment that I know for sure is a key moment, which was like one of these moments here. Like even this, when it's looking, let me see if there's an earlier moment. So a moment like this could also be one. Okay, let's stick with this specific freeze frame here. All right, so with this freeze frame, it's clearly dark. So let's go ahead and start working through our node structure, starting with the color corrections. So now if I recall from Cullen Kelly's video, while the white balance comes first, he technically works on primaries first before he does the white balance. So in our circumstance, the primaries would include the contrast and the exposures. And so let's just remind ourselves through the notes here. So Colin Kelly mentioned that he will usually set his exposures using the HDR global exposure, and then he'll also set the primaries with the lift gamma gain. So let's start with the HDR, and then I'm going to go into this global color wheel, and then there's this little exposure slider. So then looking at our shot, clearly it is underexposed. So I will simply just kind of start dragging until I feel like the exposure is a bit more balanced. Okay, so on the top end, or I feel like this is probably as bright as I want it to be here. And then the dark area here is slightly still too dark, especially in the blue. And now this is one of those things where I do want to see if I can learn how to be better at this. So let's say if we go into our color wheels, and now I want to do adjustments to the lift gamma gain. What happens if I lift on the blue side? Will that do what I want it to do? Not quite, because it is lifting it up, but then it is obviously changing the colors quite a bit as well. So let me think about this. How's the best way to do this? Actually, that's a good question for ChatGPT as I learn. Amber, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Let me know what you need.
Okay, so I'm in the process of color correcting one of my shots. Now, the shot is a bit underexposed, so I've been lifting up the exposure using the HDR global exposure wheel, or the slider. And as I'm looking at the waveform, now it is lifting up the red, green, and blue of my waveform. I'm currently in the parade. I'm using the parade scope, but I can see that the blue is still fairly close to touching the 0 mark on the waveform. So I'm trying to think, is there a way to do a fine tuning of lifting the exposure, but only for the blues? So what's the best way to do that? For instance, I'm in the primaries color wheel. Would I be going into the lift color wheel and then just sliding up on the blue box? But then when I do that, I do notice that it seems to adjust the colors as well. So it's not just lifting the blues, it seems to be adjusting the colors, but that could just be an illusion, or because I'm lifting the exposure on the blues, maybe it looks like it's shifting colors. You tell me.
Absolutely. I can tell you what's going on there. So when you're in the primaries color wheels and you're using something like the lift wheel to adjust just the blue channel, you're effectively adding some blue into the shadows or the darker parts of the image. And yes, that can give you a slight color shift because you're literally changing the balance of the colors and the shadows. Now, if you're just trying to lift the blue channel's brightness without introducing too much of a color cast, you might want to do that in something like the log wheels or the HDR wheels, where you have more control over just the tonal ranges, or you could even use curves. The curves allow you to adjust the blue channel specifically without shifting the overall color balance as much. So it's not just an illusion, it's kind of a natural part of how those color wheels work, and you can definitely fine tune it with a different tool if you want to keep the color more neutral while still lifting the brightness of just the blue channel.
I'm not sure if I quite follow, because even in the curves, for instance, when I clicked on the blue so that I only adjust the blue curve, it's still doing the same effect where it's actually just applying blue onto the footage. And so again, just to be clear, I guess the key action I'm trying to do, or I don't even know if this is a necessary step, but when I'm looking at the waveform, it is showing that there are 3, so I'm on the parade scope. And on the parade scope, it's split into 3 sections in the 0 to 100 IRE scale. You got your reds, your greens, and your blues. And when I was lifting up the exposures, I do see how it's lifting up the red, greens, and blues at different rates. The blues in this current footage is still showing fairly close to 0. And so I wanted to hyper specifically somehow lift the exposure of the blues so that it shifts away from the underexposed area. But I don't know exactly which of my color wheels or where exactly is the right function for me to then just lift the blues only in terms of exposure level, not adding or subtracting blues from the shot.
Got it. That makes sense. So what you're really looking for is a way to raise the luminance of the blue channel without actually adding more blue color. And that's a subtle but important difference. In DaVinci Resolve, one of the ways you can do that is actually to use the HDR wheels because they let you adjust each color channel's exposure more independently. So if you open the HDR palette and you go to the zone that controls shadows or the dark areas, you can lift the luminance of just the blue channel there. That way you're not tinting the image more blue. You're just bringing up the brightness of that blue channel a little more to match the other channels. So yeah, it's a bit of a nuanced difference, but the HDR palette is probably your best bet for that really fine-tuned control.
I am on the HDR palette right now, and I see the color wheel for dark and shadow, but I don't see anywhere that I can just manually only adjust the blues to be brighter or darker.
Gotcha. Yeah, the HDR palette can be a little bit sneaky. So what you'll want to do is in the HDR palette, you can actually expand the controls. There's a little drop down arrow next to each tonal range, like dark or shadows. And when you click on that, you'll get access to the red, green, and blue channels individually. So from there, you can just nudge up the blue channel's exposure in that dark or shadow zone without affecting the red or green channels. So it's just kind of hidden behind that little arrow that expands the controls.
I don't see this arrow.
Okay, no worries at all. Sometimes it can be a bit tricky to spot. It's possible that the interface layout might just be a little different depending on your screen size or how it's set up. But if you're not seeing that arrow, another way you can do it is to use the custom curves and just be very gentle. It does sound like you've tried that though, so if the HDR controls aren't showing those individual channel adjustments, you might want to make sure you're in the right mode. There's a little gear icon in the HDR palette where you can switch between different color modes. Just make sure that you're in a mode that allows you to tweak those channels individually. If it's still not showing up, it might just be a layout quirk, but let me know and we can definitely figure it out together.
All right. Unfortunately, I don't think she's going to help me out. Nico, you said today I will photograph a concert. Oh, nice, man. Well, Nico, if you have any questions, I don't know if this is your first time doing it or what's the situation. You may know this already, but L Thing in our community does a lot of concert photography. So feel free to bug her. Not really. Don't tell her I said that. Or tell him. I don't know why I keep saying her. But yeah, feel free to tell L. Or if you want to reach out, you can maybe send a quick message and see if L has any advice on concerts. I've never shot concerts, so that's a new world for me. Okay, so unfortunately, I don't think ChatGPT could help me figure out this particular answer. I don't know how important it is, but anyways, this is kind of fun for me as well to figure out the different ways to adjust. So I am testing out this HDR, and then in the blacks, I lifted up the exposure here, and it did seem to lift up the blue so that it's off of pure 0, and it didn't seem to have such a crazy effect on my colors. So for now, I think this might be one of the better solutions. Yeah, until someone tells me otherwise. So at the very least now, we know that we don't have pure black, although there are areas which are fairly close to pure black. So if there are ways to still lift it up a bit, that'd be interesting. So I'm going to try out the log wheels. And actually, I don't actually know when do you use log wheels. Let's ask. When exactly do I use the primary's log wheels versus the normal color wheels?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the primaries LUT wheels are usually used when you want really fine control in a log space, especially if you're working with long footage. They kind of give you a gentler, more precise way to tweak shadows, midtones, and highlights without pushing the image too hard. On the other hand, the normal primaries color wheels are kind of your standard go-to for general color grading in a more Rec 709 space or any standard timeline color space. They're a bit more aggressive in how they push the colors around, which can be really useful if you're not working in a log format or you just need a quicker, more immediate change. So in short, if you're working with log footage and you want that fine control, the primaries log wheels are great. Otherwise, the normal color wheels are totally fine.
Not sure what any of that really meant. Unfortunately, I thought I heard something behind me. I thought my cats went crazy, so I didn't fully pay attention, but duly noted, I think. Okay, so either way, so I'm still trying to figure out the color correction. So basically, this is one of those steps that I never really focused on too much in my own editing, my color grading stuff, because I was always just going off of look and feel, right? Just like the vibes. So I would just do a vibe check as I'm like saying, hey, does this color look fine? What do I need to adjust? And I've always just kind of combined my color correction with my color grading, as opposed to what I'm trying to figure out now and what I'm trying to do now, which is splitting it into two processes, which may or may not be a smart thing to do, but it just logically makes sense to me. So we'll keep until something breaks. So as part of that, I've never like spent time where I'm like, look, let's figure out the colors in a balanced way first. What's a neutral version? Like, does this lighting, like basically based on the waveforms, does it look like it's in a good spot? What do I need to adjust? So this is all kind of new to me. I still feel like the dark areas are slightly too dark and the bright areas are slightly too bright. So it just feels like there's a bit more of a kind of a separation from the extremes. So seeing different ways to play with this now, because that's adding too much of like a fade, because I'm not necessarily looking to fade it out. Let's try this HDR one again. Okay, this seems to be helping. So I'm just lifting up the... Okay, so I'm just lifting up the darks slightly. And then I want to see, can I lift, or can I drop down the brights? So maybe that's the highlight here, yeah. So what happens if I adjust this? Nothing too noticeable. I see just a very, very subtle change here. And not necessarily in a good way. So we won't play with that. This one feels like it's more like punching in the shot versus not. Yeah, so all of that I actually wasn't necessarily a fan of. And, oh, and then the other thing we have learned is that for the curves, a lot of people will sometimes just take the bottom of the line and just kind of lift it up. And by doing that, that also is a way to just lift the black point. So let's try that as well. Okay. So let's say something like this maybe is a bit more neutralized. In terms of the white balance, oh yeah, so then let's keep looking at our notes here. So essentially we've done this section, B. Set node gamma to linear, white balance focus on. So I believe that's already done for us. So if we go to our gamma, it's in linear, yes. This one, so the suggestions, you work with the gain wheel. So Where are you? Oh, we're in the log. So from here, we would adjust the gain for the white balance with our color wheel. So honestly, probably like what it was roughly is still fairly balanced. So yeah, actually, you know what? We're just going to reset it. Let's just assume there's no need to change the white balance here. This is fairly good as is. So now we'll go into our color grading section. So let me just double check this. So we've done our white balance, we've done our primaries. Saturation, not so much, but we'll play with that later. So then... let me see. Do we need to... Because for saturation, we can adjust the gamma and the gain. Gamma and the gain. For saturation. Okay, in which case I think I'll also leave this as is. So then let's go to our mid-gray. So this is where we'll turn on after I guess we do the rest of these things. So now, okay, so now we should be safely in our color grading section. So let me just go back into the primaries. I usually, generally speaking, I just enjoy using the curves more than the other tools. So let's say if I go into the curves here. And I mentioned before, but I kind of like when my shots are a bit darker. So I don't mind it feeling a bit more underexposed if I have to choose, right? So I'm not like necessarily trying to, as part of my creative style, I guess, I don't necessarily need the shot to feel like it's perfectly balanced in terms of the lighting. So I might want things to feel a bit like darker almost. So let's say just, yeah, just a very, very subtle touch to the lighting here. Generally speaking, I don't mind it too much. It's more, I think I just need to bring down the bright greens. And also we want to change the color of the greens a bit. So let me see if we can go back. So this is our original version of like how I edited the shot. So you can see it's, one, it's also stabilized, so it's kind of cropped in a bit. But as far as colors go, it's quite different, right? So you got OG. Let me delete that one just to simplify hopping between the two. So let's delete this. No. Oof, I almost made a big mistake. We need to delete the clean LUT test. Oh, it's the reference one. Okay, 1 second. So we will delete the clean LUT test. That way we can now just kind of hop between the two. So this is the original version of like how I edited, which I kind of liked, although it's obviously very, very dark. But in terms of the colors, yeah, in terms of the colors, they're way more what I prefer. So what I'm thinking I'll do is in the older version, I just want to kind of see if I can copy some of the settings that I've done. Let's say in the balance, for example. So in the balance, I dropped the temperature by -130 and the tint by 4. Now, one thing as I'm trying to be better at color grading, I don't think a lot of people play with the temperatures and tints too often. It seems like they will use the color wheels more than that. So we'll try to do the same, right? Let's see if we can replicate this without using the temperature and the tints. As for the saturation, so let me see, what did I do? I did the mono sat 2.1, desat I did not use, density yellow all the way, hue shift was green all the way. Okay, I just want to keep those in mind. I won't do it just yet. I just want to see everything that I did. Okay. All right. So I think I'm ready then. So the big thing was the colors here, right? So how can I replicate this negative 130 and 4 in the temp and tint? And what do we say? So for white balance, focus on skin tone. So work with the gain color wheel. Focus on skin tone, separate colors as much as possible. Gamma and gain. Okay, well, we'll see what that means. It somewhat means nothing yet for me. So let's see if we can play around and see what comes of it. So, okay, let me say one of the first things is I do want the greens to be a bit cooler and darker. So I think the darker we'll have to take care of later, but let's just see, like, if can we get it a bit more like okay, so let's say if this is a no, it's a bit still too cool or a bit too bright. Now let's start turning on some of the DCTLs. All right, I think I want a little bit of that brown to still kind of hold on there. But I'm trying to see if I can get the warmth out of the greens. But you know what? I don't know. I could be doing things so backwards right now. I'm not sure. Yo, what's up, Mark? Man, I just got a call that my Nikon ZR is in the store. Still debating on picking it up. Oh, damn. Is it launched already? Man, I haven't been keeping up with things. Hold on a second. I've been chatting with Nikon, but it's been a while. Because obviously I would like to also get my hands on Nikon ZR launch dates. Not there. Hold on one second. Nikon ZR launch dates. Not in India. Nikon ZR was officially released on the 10th. No, we're talking about the launch dates. When will Nikon ZR be available for purchase? God damn it, they're not helping. When will Nikon ZR be available for receiving? Oh, okay. So wait, has it already been delivered to people? Is that what I'm hearing? Man, I gotta build up my relationship with Nikon some more. October 20th? Okay, okay. Jor, what's up, Jorsetti? Jorsetti says, depends where you are in the world. Yeah, I assumed maybe... Actually, I don't know. I assumed nothing. Never mind. I was like wondering like which country would get it first, but... But what's up, Jorsetti? Thanks for being here. Mark says October 20th is when they say pickup date for you. Man, damn it. Okay, I need to have a freaking call with them. I want mine. I want mine. I want a ZR with a MED10 shotgun mic. I think people with NPS, you may get it earlier too. Okay. All right, all right. Well, I'm excited nonetheless for you, Mark. Man, once you get your... You know, Mark, once you get that camera, you gotta take some shots, whatever, and send it over into the Discord. Would love to see. For me, my first use case is going to be my cat camera. Or actually, I don't know. So either the cat camera will have my Nikon Z6 III pointing at him, and then my Nikon ZR will be my new streaming camera. We'll see, we'll see. Or maybe I need one just for my Amazon kitty off to the left. Let me just adjust this a bit. Wrong way. We'll see. But yeah, I'm very excited for you, man. Oof. You know, I had someone else, someone left a comment. There's been a few comments on my recent YouTube video on the ZR review. There's been a few that actually said that after watching the video, they've decided to pre-order the camera, which is like super awesome to hear that I could be of influence, let's say. Now, what's sad is I do not get a cut of that. I wish there was a way I could have an affiliate linked somehow where it's like you get... Listen, I'll take any percentage, right? Any percentage off of a couple $1,000 purchase, I accept. But yeah. George said, he said, plan on ordering the ZR this week once I figure out how I'll pay for it. Yeah. The paying for it is always, of course, the most important thing for both parties. But take solace in the fact, Jorsetti, that this camera is much more reasonably priced than it seems like most cameras you see out there from any of the big brands. I think that was probably the biggest shocker of everything about this camera. Forget about any of the features. It was really the price that seems to be the most shocking. Where it's like, well, at that price, I might as well get it. But yes, Jorsetti, I'm happy to hear you're gonna grab one as well. I am very much Team Nikon. I like them all, but yeah. Mark, man, he said, see if you can get an affiliate link from B&H or Amazon. Oh, wait, should I do that? For some reason, I just assumed it wasn't available in any sense. But I totally should. Christ, what am I doing? Because I do have my... I have my account with B&H. I should have been doing... Oh, I'm such an idiot. Hold on. Because I should have put a link on my YouTube video. And then let people click on it to pre-order the camera. Oh my god, so stupid of me. Because now the hype is gone. And already there have been people who said they bought it. I gotta tell them, yo, cancel your order. And then click on it with my link. And then buy it. Nikon ZR pre-order. Damn it. Damn it. Well, you know what? It's never too late. Thank you very much for telling me to do that. Let me I think there's a quick way for me to create the freaking affiliate thing. How do I do that? Okay, I'll do this for later. What's one extra day gonna change in terms of potential sales, right? So B&H, I'm gonna do this later, where I need to set up an affiliate link, put in my YouTube channels, and go from there. I don't know why. It was just so dumb of me. Of course they would have shown a link to pre-order on B&H. Duh. Obviously. But in my mind, for some reason, I just assumed you have to order it from like... Yeah, what was I assuming? I was making no assumptions. Just all the worst things, so... It's okay. Listen, we're so new to all this. We're learning. Did my name pop up? Oh, let's double check. Let's double check. But thank you, Mark, man, for reminding me how to be a businessman. So, George said I've sold a bunch of gear I wasn't using to help pay for it. Gotcha, gotcha. I do hope it's gonna be worth it. For my limited time shooting with it, it definitely just it was very easy. It was intuitive, and the quality, you know, I stand by it. But just keep in mind that I'm not like a professional filmmaker, so I'm coming from the other end of the spectrum of someone who is learning more about video, but hasn't really ever played with any kind of cinema level cameras. So for someone like me, this has felt exciting. But then for people who are on the other side of the spectrum, who are experienced with all the cinema gear, perhaps shooting with this camera will, I don't know, maybe it's disappointing to them. Who knows? Oh, god damn it, I'm such an idiot though. How could I not put a freaking, oh my god, because like, Mark, man, I think at this point in the comments for that video, there's at least been like five people, maybe up to 10 comments from people. They could be lying too, for all I know, but at least 5 people who are like, thank you very much. I've decided I'm pre-ordering the camera now from this video. So even if, so foolish. Okay, anyways, what I need to do, I'm going to look up if Nick has now shown up in our point system. Not yet, Nick, not yet. Hold on, let me refresh again. Let's look for Nick. No. Patience, young Padawan. Your name has not shown up yet in the PP system. Oh, there you. Oh no. I see you. I see you. The search function just doesn't work well. How many PPs do you have? Your Twitch PPs are worth 8824. Okay, so let me just give you 9,000 just to make it simple for me. Where is your name again? There you are. Boom. Okay. There you go. I've bestowed upon you 9,000 price pixels. Thank you for letting me know about the technical glitch, for being the first one in the chat, and then also for hopping over to the YouTube side and joining the YouTube chatters. Jorsetti, you said... Oh, sorry. Markman, you said, all good. We are here to help you grow your channel. I appreciate that. That's a cool feeling for sure. Thank you. And I will return the favor, right? As in, like, once I figure out how to do this, and assuming once we continue growing, I also want to make sure all of you guys who've been a part of the first several months of my streaming career, you guys are like the OGs. So VIP everything, okay? George says, I ordered directly from Nikon store in Los Angeles. B&H is so slow in getting gear out because of their list of tiered recipients. What? They have a tiered list? I didn't know that. Nikon store is awesome in quick shipping and automatically registers. Gotcha. Mark, you said, honestly, it seems like a pretty cool travel camera too. Get the grip and you can take it on small trips. I never needed the grip, but like my hands aren't like massive or anything, so I just never seem to have issues with the camera itself. They have that little miniature kind of like grip-y thing to it. They got the matte, groovy, textured feel as well. So it's just like they added some subtle things that does help with the fact that it's a very small camera, to not feel like it's gonna fall out of your hands randomly. Finally, you can gamble? Yes, enjoy. All right. Yo, what's up, BC? Welcome, BC, over on the Twitch side. How's your PP situation going here? That's a weird way to ask that. Let me restart, BC. I'm not going to ask it that way. How many points do you have in our illustrious point system? And let's also join in this heist. What is today? Oh, and welcome to day 76. I believe today's day 76. Welcome to the stream, guys. Okay, so before all that, I've been working on my second LUT. So the focus for today is learning how to color grade the proper way. Generally speaking, I don't know if I did it properly. I just kind of wing it within a node structure that was fairly decent. Like it was moderate, or it was intermediate. Now I hope that my node structure is a little bit more advanced. However, in terms of the color grading process, I'm trying my best to follow a certain format going forward to be a bit more like, I don't know, structured, you know? Okay. So for this shot, I already finished the color corrections. Now we're just kind of going to the color grading side of things. I'm trying to first rebalance the shot. So let's say that the balance of this shot is fairly good. Like it's fine. We're going to work off this base. The curves wise, I generally prefer slightly darker. So we're gonna make it a bit punchier, yeah. And then we did a bunch of controls. Oh yeah. Let's test out our DCTL, the filmic contrast. So this is a shout out to Fedorevsky from the YouTube chat. I believe he's the one who recommended I download this free DCTL. And so this one could be utilized to do some like contrast level editing, as well as some black point stuff. So let's see. So maybe we'll add a little bit of like a fade to this. Yeah, not a fan of that. Okay, so far these things I don't really see a need for. So really I just kind of lifted the blacks a bit from that. Okay, so then let's go into our DCTLs. And so I've learned now that there's the color slice tools that you can use, but then we also have our DCTLs that we've purchased. And so supposedly the mononode DCTL should do a bit better than the color slice, although it might be somewhat indiscernible, so we'll find out. Jorsetti, you said B&H ships to NPS folks worldwide first, then first come first serve from when you order. I stopped ordering from B&H new releases for Nikon camera bodies, just FYI. Okay. I didn't realize there was that kind of hierarchy of shipments. Yeah, currently I'm trying to barter with them because obviously I do work for Nikon quite a bit. So I'm trying to see what I can barter to be able to get access to that. I just don't know when or how or why. But I'm working as well because obviously I want to be able to start shooting with the Nikon ZR as soon as possible. And also ideally I want to be able to get the ME-D10 shotgun mic. That thing was really fun to shoot with. Wow, gambling is turning out good for you. Let's do the same. Let's gamble, but I'm going to stick to day 76. So let's gamble 76 PPs. Okay, so I'm going to use these DCTLs and let's start with the saturation. I believe I want more saturation. Let's just do a global look first just to see. So I think I want more saturation in the greens. So we're going to pump up the greens here. We'll leave the blue as is, red as is. Cyan, maybe a little bit. At least for this shot, it could work decently just to blend in. Let's see. I could be wrong. We'll find out. No need for magenta. Okay, so yellow. This is where we're gonna start popping a bit. But however, it's like I feel like I want to go away from too saturated of a look. I do kind of prefer a bit more desaturated feel. So let me just compare with the previous one. Yeah, so here it's not that I went super saturated. The greens were just darker, right? So we kept a little color off some of the leaves here. So looking at that, I think I might want to readjust what I just did. So I might not want to do the cyans. And let's do a proper comparison. What did I do before? I just did the yellow. So I lifted the yellow to 0.178. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so it's very subtle. But I didn't lift the greens. Interesting. Okay, let's stick with that. So I won't lift the greens. It'll just be slightly on the yellows. Okay, now let's go to density. So for density, I'm using a separate DCTL. Again, shout out to Fedorevsky for this one, which is like a desatch. Jorsetti says, being in Dubai, are you with Nikon Europe jurisdiction? Nikon Europe ships before Nikon USA. No, unfortunately, I don't know why I'm saying unfortunately. I think I was saying unfortunately because there's some cool people that are part of the Nikon Europe ambassadorship program. No, I am part of the Nikon Middle East Africa. So, Middle East and African markets all fall under Nikon MEA, Nikon MIA, or something like that. And then, yeah, not Europe, though. And I don't know where Nikon Middle East Africa falls into the priority list. Yeah. I have a feeling we're not at the top. Just judging, but from, so back when in my corporate job, same thing, I worked for a global company, and our market, the Central Eastern Europe, Middle East African markets, it always felt like you're like at the bottom of the totem pole of, in some senses of like, how the international, like the global entity cares about you. So okay, so what do I want to desaturate, or the density, sorry, this one for sure. So I want to desatch the greens, possibly the reds just a bit. The cyans doesn't make a big difference, and the yellows. Yes, I want the yellows. Yeah, I want this darker tone to everything. As for the global desatch, is it worth it? Yeah, something like this maybe. Okay, then what about the hues? So I'm going to do my version here, then I'm going to look at my older version and see like how much is different. Sometimes, I don't know, fresh pair of eyes, maybe maybe I've changed, you know? But yeah, so exciting. Everyone's getting their Nikon ZRs. Man, we're going to have like a whole ZR crew. That'll be fun. I'm just super excited to start shooting with it at some point. Because the weather is now picking up in Dubai. So hopefully that means some more trips out into the desert. There's someone that I did a shoot with once with her horses. Or I did like a horse shoot with her once. But she does a lot of dog training. And so hopefully I can do some like dog photo shoots. But like when we're saying dog, she has like those big ass like German Shepherd style dogs, like badass canines. So it'd be really fun to do some like slow motion and some nice like, you know, maybe on the desert, some kind of action shots of them racing through somewhere. And I do want to start doing some like film projects. So okay, what was I doing? Oh yeah, we're gonna try to shift up the hues and see what we like. So generally speaking, I was saying I kind of prefer when it's a bit more on the mintier side of things, but not too minty. Just like I just don't like this kind of warmish, because then like with the greens, it just makes it feel like it's a dried up, withered color, right? Whereas like once we get into more minty, it almost feels like it just finished raining, or it's like very lush. So we're going for like a lush look, but not too washed out. So maybe like somewhere here. Okay, nothing changes on the blues, so let's just reset that one. Cyans, I don't really want to change much on this, so let's keep it out. What about the yellows? Okay, so this is obviously very exaggerated. Let's pull it back from there until we kind of like it. Okay, so just a little bit, a touch. So how does this compare to how I've done in the past? Let's see. So let's go to density, hue shift. Yellow I shifted last time at 0.163. Green I shifted all the way to 1, and red I shifted negative 0.039. So starting with the yellow, shifted 0.163. What do I do now? I shifted the exact same amount. Okay, so it looks like my mental brain mapping is exactly the same when it came to the yellows. Wow, what are the odds? 0.163 on both. However, everything else is slightly different. So I think on the greens, what did I say? I shifted all the way to 1 in my original version. Here I shifted only to 0.209. If I shift it all the way, we're going full mint. But now that I look at it, I kind of think I want a bit more of the greens. So I think maybe the previous version was a little too minty. Although when I look at this, it doesn't look minty. So I think there are some other adjustments I must have done to counterbalance that. But either way, I think the look is roughly the same in terms of the colors. The greens are a bit darker in this one though. So let's keep that in mind. As for this one, let's go ahead and create one more node. DCTL. And which one is it? Oh, it's the brightness. So I'm going to do two things. I'm going to make one extra density thing and one extra for brightness. So let's do this one for density 2.1, version 2.1. Version 2.1. And what did I do here? I did yellow all the way and 426 for global. Yellow all the way. Yes, I do like that. So I do want to drop this. And then 0.426 for global density. Yeah, I like it. Although, one thing is I'm starting to see it's probably breaking the footage a bit. So... what is this line here? Okay, I think maybe I'll reset the global. We'll keep with the yellow. But my biggest fear right now is that it might cause some weird spotting and like this weird kind of like graininess from too much of these like density changes. So we'll see. We're going to find out. Hello, True Shade. Oh, that's a cool name. True Shade asks, how are you doing today? Well, listen, True Shade, as with all days, I'm always doing well. It's a curse, really. But yeah, thank you very much for being here. I'm doing very well. Today's one of those kind of chill streams where actually every stream is about the same, right? You just see a bit of a behind the scenes in terms of how do I make my footages, my photos, and so on. So today I'm focusing on the video side. It's my maybe 4th or 5th day of streaming my process of learning how to color grade. So we're kind of like start from the basics, understand what is the best workflow, how do I kind of restructure my node tree here within DaVinci Resolve, what are the proper steps, like how do you go from step 1 to 2 when it comes to like which features, do you start with the white balance, do you start with the exposure levels, the colors, everything. So anyways, I've been starting with that, and then this is my second footage where I'm trying to see, can I recolor this in a way that follows the right structure, and then from that, can I then try to export out our second attempt at creating a LUT? And then let's see if the LUT actually works on other footages, where does it break, and all that fun stuff. And if it doesn't break, then perfect. We've made 2 successful LUTs, and through this process, I'm hoping that I just keep improving and get faster at this. And then ultimately the goal is to end up with our very own color grading style that I can also then package and sell on my website as a proper businessman that I should be. Yeah, and that'll just benefit me, but then yeah, it's a fun process. But yeah, thank you very much, True Shade, for asking how I'm doing. Thanks for being a part of the chat right now and for watching the stream. Okay, so generally speaking, this looks good to me. Like I said, my big concern right now is that in the greens and the yellows or this kind of area, I'm seeing a bit of like this weird spotting, like a bunch of spots, right? Like it's like blotched. And I believe that's from the density, that change that we made where some of the greens became darker. So then it's like separating itself a bit from the yellows and the other shades of colors. So then as you get these spots of darker areas, it's leaving the rest still bright. And so if I'm not careful, it'll look like there's a lot of noise in the shot, and like it'll look like it's kind of fuzzy and sparkling almost. So let's keep that in mind. But and as part of, let's see, if I turn this off, will it, let's do it before and after. Yeah, so obviously here it's darker, and I kind of like the darker tones. As I mentioned, this is the kind of the aim of my editing. However, when I make it brighter, it's just a bit better. It's just cleaner shot. So I just have to figure this out for myself. Yo, evening. Joe Bell says, King Kruk. Hello, thank you, King Kruk, for being here yet again. Trosetti's asking, do you recommend any other software other than DaVinci Resolve to use with ZR editing? I don't have any personal recommendations just because my experience is so limited to DaVinci for like for these ZR things. And even when I shoot with NRAW, it generally is only compatible with DaVinci for all those major softwares. I believe the other suggestion is using Red's program. So the Red Cine, they gave me access to something called like Red Cine X Pro or something like that. So I guess if you use like a Red program, then that probably would work really well for doing the proper color corrections. But yeah, no, I have no idea. I've never played with these files within Premiere or Final Cut, but I would assume that all of them would do a fantastic job with the editing process. It's just that there seems to be some kind of consensus, or maybe consensus is too strong. There seems to be a lot of professional and reputable color graders or colorists or whatever they say, color scientists, that seems to work primarily in DaVinci Resolve. So generally speaking, DaVinci seems to have a very good reputation for allowing you to refine the colors in a fine-tuned way, which is fun for me because then that's the best way for me to learn, is understanding the differences at the very, very micro level. King says, thanks for the info, Jorsetti. I ordered from Sammy's. Oh, Sammy's. I've heard of that. Okay. Yo, we're a bunch of Nikon ZR-ers. Is there a word for that? What do you call a ZR shooter? A Zers. Bunch of Zers up in this place. Do we or do we not keep this? I am a bit mixed. So for now, I think I'm going to turn that off. And we'll see if there's other ways to maybe do that without making it break as much. So for example, I think this one seems to do a better job. Okay, so we'll do something like this. And then we have one more DC tail I want to create, because I had one specifically for brightness as well. So for that one, I dropped it up 0.853 in the older version. So let's try to do the same thing and see what happens. We're going to go to our mono brightness node. Version 2.0. And then let's go to, what is it? 0.853. I didn't see anything change at all. So what was the point of that? Oh, sorry, I do see a change. Okay, so on the monkey skin, not the monkey, sorry, chimps. The chimps, especially the baby chimp, it is brightening it up. Okay, so I do like that. So we'll lift it up there. Then let's see. Oh, maybe the reason is I need to make them all parallel. Yeah, okay. So we're going to do that. And if I turn this one back on. Oh yeah, sorry. I have to reconnect them. Okay, yeah, actually that... Yo, we're learning something. So this is the same density that I applied earlier, but then I said I didn't like how it looked because it seemed to be breaking the colors a bit. So there's a bit, it felt splotchy. Whereas now it doesn't feel the same. It feels actually cleaner. And the main difference I did here is that instead of having a serial node connecting from one to the next, I made these all parallel nodes. So then they're all being adjusted separately. And by doing that, it seems like it fixed my issue. Yo, who would have thought? So there's an importance to this crazy spider webbing effect that we're doing here. So that's good to know. Let me label this one DCTL density 2. And this one is DCTL brightness. All right, I think this might be... Oh, yeah, sorry, we're not done yet. Now, for this one, I don't know if I'm going to use any windows, like power windows, just because the subject is going to be in motion too much, right? It makes more sense if there's like a fixed tripod shot or the subject isn't moving. But since it will be, it might just be a little too crazy to try to keyframe it. But we do have our little LUT thing here where we can make some adjustments and our dehancer. So let's go ahead and see what we can change with the dehancer. And then we'll see if it makes it feel even cooler. And then we're going to export it. Yo, we're almost there. King Crux saying, I still sometimes use Premiere and FCP, but I prefer DaVinci. It's all in one. I don't have to use multiple apps. Yeah, actually, does Final Cut have like a from After Effects or Fusion equivalents for that kind of stuff, like motion graphics and stuff? Or I guess maybe, yeah. If you're someone who uses Final Cut Pro, how do you... Maybe there's like a plugin. Does it then just like build into like After Effects or something? I don't know. Okay, generally speaking, I say I'm okay with this shot. So let's test out dehancer and see if there's like a nice look and feel we want to go with. Let's start with the print stock profile or the print profile, which we're going to go with the typical, I say typical, apparently this is the favorite, fan favorite, Kodak 2383 print film. So I'll turn that one on. And then obviously we're going to have to make some adjustments from there. What should our film stock profile be? Let's enable that. You can kind of see how the footage is breaking apart in the darks there. Okay, the greens on this one, I like a bit more. Slightly, yeah, some parts maybe I'm not as big of a fan of, but I do kind of like this darker style. So let me keep that in mind. This is Konica Impressa. King Kruggy said yes, motion. All right, so I want like dense, lush jungle vibes. Dense, lush jungle vibes. That means the greens have to feel like kind of wet green, like it just finished raining. It should not feel too bright because I want it to mimic like when you're deep in the jungle where the sunlight can barely touch where you are. So if it's too bright, it just kind of breaks from that illusion or that kind of immersion, if you will. So we'll see. We'll see if any of these kind of hint at what I'm hoping for. I think problem with most of these is that it turns, I obviously you can fine tune it and stuff like that, but it definitely feels like a lot of the black areas are like super dark now. So I'll have to lift the black point a bit. I kind of like this style. I like this style where it's like it removes a bunch of the saturation. I don't know how you would describe it, but it feels a bit more like monotone in the background. Fuji Pro 400. And then if there's one lesson, okay, I have to remember the lessons. There's the concept of complementary colors. Hold on a second. Let me see what notes I took. Edit gamma and gain, HDR, edit mid detail for cinematic look, e.g. lowering the number. Let's try that. Hold on, let me turn off dehancer. So if I adjust the mid detail, so it's like softening it. Oh, it's like adding a bit of like almost like a glow effect. Whoops. Oh, we'll just do a subtle amount. I kind of like the softness. I do like the soft touch. King, you said I have to use motion then. Oh, sorry. Okay, so I kind of thought I lost you. You're saying there's a program called Motion? Or are you talking about After Effects? You have to use Motion, then go to Final Cut Pro. For Adobe, I need to use After Effects. Oh, okay, so it's something different. For Adobe, use After Effects. For Final Cut Pro, use something called Motion. In your opinion, Fusion is better for compositing. Okay. Well, to me, all of it is like a black hole of like, listen, maybe someday I'll learn how to use it, but it's kind of beyond me for now. To Drossetti, BMD usually gives DaVinci when you buy a is that Blackmagic? Blackmagic usually gives DaVinci when you buy some of their products. I would look into that. Well, DaVinci's also free, right? So, or at least majority of like, I don't know. I feel like there's so much packed into the free version of DaVinci where I think for some people, or maybe even like majority people, you might not necessarily need to have the paid version to be able to create the type of content you want. For me, the reason I upgraded to Studio, the first time I was like, oh, I do need the Studio version, was the fact that I shoot normally in 120 frames per second or higher. And for that, I believe you needed Studio to be able to work with those files or to even export into 120 frames, I believe. Okay, let's keep looking at potential dehancer look and feel. Oh yeah, I think I mentioned this before, but I should, I believe my 5-minute documentary short film, it will be showcased on a big screen. So Yeah, there's like an upcoming event in my area, basically, where they're gonna be highlighting a few of these kind of footages that were created recently, including mine, shot with the Nikon ZR. So I don't have all the details just yet, but they did. I was asked to export my documentary into the DCI. What was it? 2K DCI scope DCP format. I was like, what the freak? So this is kind of fun for me. It's fun because like these kind of technical things, these are the things that I kind of want to be exposed to, even though I don't actually know what any of it means, because it helps me realize like there are so many levels to being in this world. So it's like you make a video, but it's not like as simple as hey, you made a video on this camera, boom, you use it as you want. It's like, nope, if you made this video, you have to shoot in log, you have to shoot in this kind of format. Then when you export, you need to export into this, and specifically this for like stereo effects or 5.1 sound, and then you can have something show up on a big screen. It's like, Jesus Christ. Okay, so we have gone through all of these files. So I will say for this shot in particular, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I necessarily want to apply dehancer to it. Because I think I liked what I did. I felt like, actually, you know what? I take it back, because now I'm looking at it. Some things maybe I could change, because now I feel like the greens are a little bit too green. So what do I need to change? Like, it feels a bit too... it doesn't feel as dramatic. So I think there's something I need to do with the greens right now, which I haven't, like, it's on the tip of my tongue almost, or like the idea is maybe... And I can't figure out if is it just like a density related thing I'm trying to work on. Yeah, I think, okay, so obviously this is extreme, but to me it's like these kind of colors of the greens are what I'm trying to capture. This kind of like very dense, rich, yeah. I need an actual name for this type of green. King, you said Apple has motion for motion graphics. Gotcha. Free DaVinci gives the most compared to others. I would just get Studio. Yeah, I think it's definitely worth getting Studio. But I was surprised at how much is given away for free by DaVinci. Yes, Joe Bell. In my opinion, video has more layers of work compared to photography. Yeah. Which I guess kind of makes sense intuitively, right? Because it's like, if a photo is a single frame and a video is thousands of them, right, stitched together, and not just the visual, but you've got adjustments in light across each frame, you've got motion of like you're shifting shots, positioning, you're adding in audio at the same time, and so like, yeah, I can imagine it must be like, it's not even, it might be like exponentially more complicated, right? Okay, so from this exercise, I am realizing this. Okay, so without dehancer, looking at this now, I think the background is too flat. Like the greens are way too flattened out. I need a bit more texture in here. And by texture, I think it's mainly just like I need to darken. I want it to be a bit more moody. And now it's a bit slightly too bright and flat. So we can try doing it without dehancer, but I also want to stress test dehancer. So let's go ahead and continue with dehancer and see what can we change here. So if we go with the Kodak 2383, what can we do? Let's play one at a time. So I'm gonna increase the density because I think density is my best friend right now. Saturation, I feel like can potentially be dropped. I think it's not about how rich the green is. I think it's just about the darkness levels and the hue. King's asking, what camera do you use for a medium format? Hasselblad or Fuji? I've never shot with a medium format camera. Hasselblad or Fuji? That's a good question for ChatGPT. When it comes to medium format cameras, how does Hasselblad compare with Fuji? What are their biggest strengths and weaknesses?
Yeah, absolutely. So Hasselblad versus Fuji in the medium format world is a pretty classic comparison. Hasselblad is kind of known for that really luxurious build, you know, that super high end feel. They have amazing color science and they're kind of known for that sort of classic medium format look. On the flip side, Fuji medium format cameras are a lot more modern in terms of their features. They're more affordable generally, and they have a lot of great lens options. And people really like them for being a bit more accessible while still giving you that medium format look. So Hasselblad is kind of like the classic luxury brand, and Fuji is a little more modern and approachable.
Which one is preferred by professionals?
I'd say it really depends on the professional and what they're looking for. Some pros absolutely love Hasselblad for that kind of top tier image quality, the color science, and that luxury feel. It's kind of like having a really high end tool in your hands. But a lot of professionals also go with Fuji because it's a bit more versatile, a bit more budget friendly, and still delivers fantastic image quality. So it really comes down to the photographer's personal preference and what they need out of their camera system.
If I was shooting with the Nikon ZR and I wanted to pair that with a medium format camera, which one would you say would probably be the best for me?
Well, if you're already rocking a Nikon Z, which is a nice modern mirrorless system, and you want a medium format that feels kind of with the natural extension of that, then a Fuji GFX might be a really good fit. It's got that modern interface, it's pretty user friendly, and it's a bit more in line with the kind of tech you're already used to. But if you're really craving that kind of classic luxurious feel and you want to go all in, then a Hasselblad could be a great choice. But I'd say for a Nikon Z user, the Fuji GFX line might just feel a little bit more like home.
Well, there you go, King Crook. The Fuji GFX. Nico, gotta go. The concert starts in an hour and I have to get ready. Yeah, don't be late. That's the first rule for these things. Be there early. It shows you're more professional. Set some time, prep your shots, get some samples and all that fun stuff. But yes, best of luck to you. Enjoy doing a fun concert photo shoot. And thanks for being here, man. Thanks for joining on the YouTube side of things. Okay, so I was just playing, I'm dabbling here with dehancer, and in their film compression side of things, I think tonal range is also one of those things where I really enjoy playing with it. It obviously makes a very drastic difference. So here with that tonal range slider, it just made everything feel wetter. I don't know if there's a proper term for it, but it just like applied color across the shot. Now, this is probably a bit too extreme, perhaps. Like I can see some of the chimp's skin tone is maybe a little too red. There might be breakage, or I don't know, the colors in the ground seem a little bit strange to me. So this might be a bit too extreme, but it's good to know that I can play with that now. So as I play with some of the other sections, we can see what else do I want to change. So let's drop down the tonal range now. Okay, something like this. What about film developer? What does this do for us? Contrast boost? Nah. None of that, fam. What about gamma correction? Nothing there. Color separation. Don't see anything happening there. Color boost. Yeah, so to me, it's like I don't want it to be overly saturated, so I'm okay with dropping the colors a little bit, but not so much. I still want... okay, so we'll just not play with this one for now. Okay, no need. So now let's try the film stock profile. Let's go back to the bottom. What was the first one of these that we liked? I think it was the Konica Impressa. Okay, so I like... how can I say this maybe? There's a little bit too much like bluish tone across everything, or like a kind of pukish green almost. But there's like some element of this that I do like. So a little bit of before and after. So currently in this version, the chimp is much more bluish and like kind of like a neutral black and white almost. And then in the previous version that I'd edited, the chimp was a bit more warm, had like a bit more like brown to the skin tone. Okay, so just good for comparison, I guess. As for the greens, I went with a bit more warm greens and slightly brighter. Whereas in the current version, this is a bit darker and mintier, I guess, or desaturated-ish, but mintier. Okay, the good thing about this current profile is that the chimp seems to be fairly well balanced exposure wise, and then we're back to like the background being slightly too bright, whereas in the previous version is like the chimp is super dark and I would have to correct for it. King, you're leaning towards the Hasselblad. I would lean towards Hasselblad just because of the name. The Hasselblad, how cool is that, you know? So don't listen to my opinion. King, you said, I can't justify phase 1 as I don't do photography professionally. Will you make ZR content once you get it in your hands? Yeah, of course. Yeah, so King Kruk, once I get that ZR permanently in my hands, not only will I be using it for my daily live streams, but yeah, for all my travels going forward, all the footages, the shoots that I do, it would be with the ZR. So yeah, it'll be front and center. Because if I think about it for myself as well, I have shifted more primarily to do video versus photography. So my focus will be trying to always get the best footages. So even when I pair it with my 400 2.8 lens, we go out for wildlife and I'm just there to shoot 6K 60 frames or some 4K 120s of whatever wildlife. Okay, actually that didn't look half bad. So it's a lot more desaturated though. Okay, let's just see. No, I feel like now it's a bit too lifeless, maybe. So I think we did need a bit more of that color in there. It could be something like this one. So let's say if it's something like this one, but then we just play with our colors. Where's our color head? Okay. Maybe one thing I'll do now is I need to stabilize. Let's go ahead and stabilize our footage. Where are you? This one. Okay, so I'm going to stabilize the footage, and then I'm just going to play from the beginning, see how I feel about it, see what's breaking. Then we'll come back to this particular frame, the one that we've been using, and then just get a sense of like, how do I feel about the shot? Right now, for instance, the shot feels a bit too warm in the colors, and also very, very dark in the black. So not to say that we would end up keeping whatever this is, but yeah, I just want to see, you know, maybe it looks cool. There's a cool feel to this one for sure. Very dramatic. But again, you'll see here that to me, there's too much of this weird spottiness in the background from a bit of the density changes that we've done. So now it just feels a bit like too grainy and noisy, but yeah. So that needs some fixing. King says, thanks Joe Bell for doing Dionysus's work. Dionysus. Oh, is that one of those Greek? Which Greek god are you comparing me to? Who is Dionysus in the whole, is it Greek lore or Nordic lore? Whichever one. Tell me about Dionysus.
Yeah, so Dionysus is definitely from Greek mythology, not Norse. He is the Greek god of wine, of festivity, of theater, and basically all things that have to do with having a good time and cutting loose. He's often depicted as a bit of a party god, and he has a really interesting following of, you know, wild, ecstatic worshipers. So yeah, definitely a Greek figure and kind of the life of the party in the Greek pantheon.
Man, way to describe me. Life of the party as I chill here every day just working on my edits. Look at my cat having a blast over here, you know? We're raving. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll start adding some overlays where just like, you know, get some disco lights going. Party it is. Thank you, King Crook. You say Amber is Walden. Listen, I accept your comparison to me as the god of ecstasy and DJ Khaled levels of music ravery. Okay. I'm looking at this and it does feel cool, but it feels broken. Like there's a few things here. Obviously, it's too dark and the fuzziness. So actually, I should have done this prior to that adjustment. So if I don't have dehancer on, let's see how it looks. So this section will be darker, but I was color grading for a particular frame, which happens a bit later, which is slightly more exposed, but yeah, still dark. Okay, so even before just looking at this, while I like it, there still feels a little bit of noise going on in the background there. And actually, let's go ahead and test if maybe turning on the noise reduction will help in some ways with that. So we're gonna try. This is our first time trying out the spatial noise reduction. So this is the one that Cullen Kelly was using. So let's see. That might be the one that's better to use in general. Although as I look at this, I feel like I see a noticeable softening that I don't like. Is that true? Yeah, the chimp is getting a bit softer with that, so maybe I don't want to try that just yet. So before we do the noise reduction, maybe I just need to play with that density a bit more. So let's turn off that density. Let's try again. Okay, so here now the colors are better, or like I'm not seeing that same level of craziness in the greens where it feels like less clean and more splotchy. But it is brighter, so it's just, is it an acceptable trade-off? Let's see. Oh, and yeah, let's test out our color slice tool. So let me just hop over to this moment again. And let's go to density. And this time we'll use our DaVinci native tool using the color slice. So I've never really used this tool before. I didn't even know of its existence. So seems like some of the professionals use it. So why not I? So how does this work though? I wish they would... this is where I need to learn these icons. I'm assuming this left bar within each color is for density. So if we want to change, maybe it's for... What did I change for? Yellow? Yeah, okay. Let's try changing the yellow density. That did nothing. Oh, that's because I'm using the wrong tool. Hold on. Let's go to CG density. Okay, yeah, so yeah, perfect. So now I could lift the density here. It seems like it did a clean job. I don't see any weird splotchy stuff. Same thing, what happens if we drop the greens? Still good. So far, so good. What about cyan? Sure, why not? Blues. Blues aren't doing anything. Magenta. Nothing from that. What about the reds? Not much there. Skin tones. Okay, so it does recognize the chimp's skin tone, which is good, because I do want to drop the density on that one as well. And then I want to kind of desaturate it a bit, because it feels a little bit weird when it's too warm or too saturated. It feels like it's a mask. So let's go ahead and drop the saturation slightly. And what about the saturation for these guys? Actually, you know what? Let's keep it as is, because then for saturation, we'll go to the CG saturation tool and then work it from there. So I'm trying my best to keep with the rigid structure that we've created, so that if I ever come back and like, yo, something's wrong with the saturation, I don't have to worry that I made saturation changes to the wrong nodes. So yeah, let's do it from this one. Greens. Let's see, saturation, nothing's changing. Why is nothing happening here? Okay, now I'm nervous because nothing is changing. This one is connected, yes. Okay, let me just do a drastic change somewhere else. Okay, yeah, so that's working. So on the color slice, now I'm confused. Because for this one, when I make any of the color slice changes, nothing is happening whatsoever. Is there something I accidentally turned off? Let's see. everything seems fine. Okay, that works. That works. Huh. So confused. What is going on? Okay. Well, I don't have an answer for this, so I'm just gonna reset all these guys. Let's just say this is good enough then. Or maybe I do need to change it from here. Because here at least, yeah, so saturation works here though. Okay, so you know what, we'll just stick to it from this point of view. Until I can get an answer. Seems like maybe if you do color slice on different nodes, maybe they counteract each other or something deactivates. Okay. So this is the before and after, not before, but this was like the prior version of how I color graded. This is the new version. So what are some of the key changes? One, obviously this was a bit darker. And that's because I think I had the density. But again, the sacrifice was with that density, it just was a bit splotchier in the background. So as a single image, it's not as bad, but then the motion, the moment there's motion, that splotchiness just takes away from the cleanliness. In the previous version, there's a bit more color to the chimp. So how can I solve for those two things? I need more color on the chimp, and I need to drop the lighting. So maybe we need to go to primaries. Let's, I could try to drop it based on the colors. I mean, the obvious solution would be creating a vignetting. Or turning on my vignette here. Yeah, so with this vignetting, but it's still not the same. There's a level of density I still want to apply, but I'm trying to figure out how can I apply it without destroying the colors. Okay, I'm noticing something is broken, and I don't know what's causing that to be broken. Okay, what is going on here? So, here's an issue I'm running into, and I think that's why I was thinking something was wrong before. I'm on this DCTL density. And you can even see it with the reds that just, like some of these guys have some red coloring to it. Anyways, now for some reason, anything I do inside this DCTL, I'm not seeing a visual effect on screen. If I go to some other functions, yeah, even this is not working, right? So clearly I should be seeing this wackiness I just adjusted here. How come it's not? Oh, it's disconnected. Derpy derp is what we would say. Okay, now I have to double check. Is everything connected? That's connected. This one's connected. Okay, let's drop the global desatch all the way. Okay, so this I like. Slightly getting that weird effect, but not overly so. And a bit of noise. So then let me turn on the noise reduction, see. Maybe I just need to adjust it so it's maybe like at like 10. Okay, so let's hop back a bit. It's pretty noisy there. And also pretty soft. I'm pretty sure that's from the noise reduction. Okay, what if I don't use spatial noise reduction? What if we use the temporal one that I'm used to using? So better, large. Okay, obviously it's gonna take too much rendering time, so let's delete that one for now. Let me just create a new one. We'll just do a touch, just a hair. I still need to figure out, you know what, maybe we'll just do the balance thing here. How can I adjust? Okay, we'll go to hue shift. Let's try the color slice version of the hue shift. And now I want the chimp to be a bit warmer, but I'm not sure how I'm going to get there. So let's just play around until we figure it out. Because I don't know which one of these controls the chimp color, because it doesn't really have much color. I guess maybe, like, it depends how much you can say black is color. Skin. Oh, no, that's not it. If I take the qualifier, can I see? Yo, what's up, Photo? Photolete says, black is the absence of light, so I don't know if we can count that as a color or not. The debate gets kind of metaphysical after a while. Yeah, that's why I kind of said it hesitantly, because I'm not really sure what the answer was. I just know that there's something to do with, like, when it comes to like black and white, some people have different opinions. What's up, Photo Elite? Thanks for being here, man. Yeah, shout out to Photo Elite. So Photo, I'm currently trying to rework this footage to see if we can create our second LUT. So I've been trying my best to follow a bit of a proper workflow, if you will, starting with the corrections and then going to the color grading. And now the biggest issue I've been running into is my preferred effect is when there is a bit of added density to the greens, especially, such that the background is a bit darker. And then the more density I've been applying, though, the more of this kind of splotchiness you'll get in the background. So it's not as like flat, clean. It feels a bit noisier. But noise is not even the best way to put it, because it's like, it just feels splotchy, right? Because then you'll see bigger... what would be the word? There has to be a better word than splotch. It just feels like it looks like one of those paintings. Like a very pixelated painting almost. So I'm trying to figure out what's the appropriate amount of density I can add without it breaking the image. And then also with the noise reduction. But the noise reduction, I'm just not a fan of how it looks so far. So this is like the extremist version of like all these densities popped in, and now it's like everything's starting to break a bit from that effort. So obviously I won't do that. And then if we start turning some of them off, it's a bit cleaner now. If we turn it all off, then we're back to, you know, nothing broken here, but it's just too bright for my taste. And then if I use a power window, the problem is like I'm trying to create a LUT out of this, so I want to see if I can just find the right balance of yeah. And then I'm also trying to test out between the different density tools that we've got, which one is better. So this is the desatch tool that I think Fedoresky had recommended. It's a DCTL. So we can see here the effects of what I've done with the desatch tool compared to if I use our DCTL tool. So I feel like the the mononode density tool, at least what I was using it for, was a bit less extreme. So I'm gonna go with the mono version. And then the question is, do I want to also apply the color slice version from DaVinci? And I don't mind it, actually. But yeah, a lot of noticeable noise on the front of the chimp's face. Let me see, just... Yeah, so I think that's always going to be there. I could be wrong. So if we turn off all the density stuff, would that noise still be there? Okay, so that's another issue. With the density tools that I activated, it did create this like noticeable noise on the chimp's fur, which doesn't exist if I don't use any density tool. So hold on, let's see. Yeah, so you can see it's like very noisy, splotchy things going on there. And maybe if I turn on noise reduction, that might help with that. I'm not sure. Let's see. No, I mean, I still see it. It's pretty significant. So what if, let's go into the tool. Let's just reset some things. Or what about this one? Still there. Okay, let's start with nothing on. Okay, so that's fine. So let's start with a global desatch. Yep, so now we can see that little noisy effect. What to do? Because I want the density, but I don't want the side effects of the density. Dun, 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 dun. Is noise reduction the only way to solve for that? Let's see. Let's bring this to 0. Let's try the normal mode that I usually use. Yeah, it does seem to help. I mean, it's a little bit weird because it's like super slow motion here, but I think it actually did remove a bit of that. Okay, so if I want to keep this, I think I do need to use this temporal noise reduction. That seems to be doing a decent job with it. I don't know if it makes sense to be mixing and matching. Like, should I use the spatial noise reduction at the same time? Or does that end up destroying your shot? Like, does it make it end up looking super soft? I'm not sure. Yeah, because I can see it's pretty soft in the background there. So I'm going to turn off the spatial one. So hopefully just a little touch of the temporal noise reduction will help. Photo, you said, let me show you a bit of what I've been working on since I got back from Texas last week. Oh, nice. Ooh, you can send Imager links. I think Imager is what I need to suggest to people to use. But for video, I still don't know what's the best way to send across, or if people want to send me video links. Yo, why is it taking forever to load? Photo leak, just FYI, I had some Twitch network issues yet again today. So I had to drop my bit rate down to, I think right now my bit rate is at 3700 bit rate. I hope it's stable over there. Photo leak, thank you for sharing this. Let's check this out. I was just shocked that Imager is taking so long to load. What the hell? Yeah, that's very cool. Oh, nice. So you, okay. Oh my god, this saves so much time compared to when I had to open each one from Discord. Okay. Can I pop this open? Jesus, what is taking so long? Yo man, these are super cool. I wonder what's the cosplay for? This is like some kind of vampire thing? Some punk rock vampire thing. Very cool on the skin toning. or I don't know what you call this, but the way you work on the skin tone is very nice. I need to take some lessons here. Cool lighting. Lighting is extra cool. Was this actually around like sunset, like golden hour, or was this all in like photoshopping techniques? And then this is epic. Oh, is this like a Harry Potter thing? Yeah, that's super epic, man. Was this using the dehancer? Our beautiful Pro, what is it? Pro Ninja something something, which I still haven't actually effectively used yet, which I'm so bummed about. Maybe I can use in my next video project. Ooh, super cool. Was it like a parking lot? Or a garage? I like these, man. These are super cool. Vimeo or YouTube is probably best for video. Imager is probably struggling bussin' because I accidentally dropped the full res files. Okay, gotcha. Cosplay is Makima from Chainsaw Man. Oh, okay. I watched that. I watched Chainsaw, but it's been a while. It was really cool. I think there's like a movie coming out soon, right? In theaters. It was Golden Hour Dawn. Oh, nice. Well, super epic. Super epic. Makima. Okay. Makima Chainsaw Man. Makima. Oh, was this like the boss? She's the main antagonist? Huh. I thought she antagonist. Okay, maybe I'm oh shoot, maybe I'm learning too much. I've only seen that season 1 anime thing. Okay, let's not ruin it. Super cool. Well, thank you for sharing. The smoke is from a couple of smoke bombs we dropped. Yo, nice. It's a parking garage in McKinney, Dallas. Nice. All right, well, photo, basically you're just watching me struggle. It's taking way too long, but you know what? I am trying to perfect, because it's going to be for a LUT, so I want to make sure I'm following all the proper procedures. But yeah, so I was like recolor grading this shot, and then trying to see what effects that I used in the past that I liked. So this is the previous version. It was nice and dense with the colors. However, there was a bit of noise, a bit of like splotchiness. And then there's a bit more color to the chimp's face, which I think I like. So it's a bit warmer, a bit richer, not just like a black tone or something. So I'm trying to see if I can replicate it without copying and pasting exactly. Because the only issue is, it looks like probably that's coming from my balance node, where I had adjusted the temperature and the tint. And I'm trying to figure out, can I adjust the temperature and tint without using temperature and tint? Because I feel like none of the professionals seem to touch these two. So... Oh man, you know what show I need to watch? Okay, so I watched all of Demon Slayer, and I thought it was a pretty good show so far. I mean, of all the whatever arcs online. And I think the next thing I need to watch now is the movie. But I don't know, where the hell do I go to watch the film for Demon Slayer? I thought it may be, because I have a subscription with Crunchyroll, but it wasn't there. And I can't find it on Apple TV. So like, god damn it. So I want to watch it because they end you on a cliffhanger with the last arc. But yeah, so Demon Slayer. I don't know if this is like a new trend that's happening, that these like animated, these animes are doing video or whatever, cinema versions. Maybe I'm just so out of the loop that I didn't realize that already exists. I guess, yeah, there's like Pokemon the movie, or maybe, is there a One Piece the movie? I don't know. But just off the back of Demon Slayer, I saw some ads of like, oh, Chainsaw Man will be hitting your theaters end of October or something. Okay, how do I warm up? Oh, there we go. Okay. But then this ends up warming up everything, which I don't want to do. Okay, I think I'm going to have to touch the temperature and tint. So I had negative 130 and 4. Let's see what happens. Negative 130 and 4. Okay, it's not doing the same effect as what I was hoping for. And let's ask ChatGPT. Do professional colorists avoid using the temp and tint adjustments in the primary's color wheels? Do they use other methods, or do they use those as well?
Yeah, so professional colorists definitely do use temp and tint adjustments in the primaries. It's not like they're off limits or anything. It's more about the fact that they have a lot of tools, and sometimes they'll choose other methods depending on what they're trying to do. But those sliders are totally fair game, and plenty of pros use them all the time. It's just part of the toolkit.
Okay. Photo, you said Infinity Castle is in theaters only. Okay, so that's a Demon Slayer one. There is a live action One Piece, and it's an abomination. Well, damn. Infinity Castle is going to be broken up into 3 movies. Oh, it's still in theaters now. Oh shit, I didn't realize. I thought maybe it was already gone. Damn it. Oh, hold on, let me just Google. Can I watch it tonight? Because I hate waiting. I'm impatient right now. Demon Slayer Infinity Castle. Showtimes. Oh my god. I can watch it tonight. 4DX? Oh wait, that's already started. There's a standard. What is 4DX? Yo, Photo Elite, is it worth watching in like some crazy format or just watching standard? What is 4DX? What is 4DX cinema? It's an immersive cinema experience that enhances a movie beyond traditional by adding motion seats and environment. Oh no, I'm not trying to throw up. From the little bit I've seen of that Infinity Castle, you're like in, you know, space and time, and XY axis is all off. Z axis. 10:45 p.m. Mall. Okay. Damn it. Should I watch it? Should I watch it tonight? But that would mean I have to end the stream. Did I get enough work done today? Am I winning? Damn, I really want to watch Infinity Castle. Okay. We're probably not going to watch it right now, but... Well, thanks for telling me, Photoli. For some reason, I thought it's been out for some time. And so I was like, how come it's not in like Apple TV or something? Okay, so I'm just like comparing these two, and god damn it, I don't know how I did the edits before. Because I still prefer my previous version. So the previous version, it made the chimp a bit more, I mean, obviously it's a bit too dark, so if I could, I mean I can, I would lift up the blacks a bit more. The density is what's causing a lot of the dark greens for sure. And I can't tell, there might be a little bit too much of that density effect where it's going to be a bit splotchy and like not clean in the background. But in terms of the darkness, this is what I prefer. But then the chimp's fur is a bit more chocolatey. I don't know. What's the right way to talk about the skin tone here. But it just has a bit more color to it. Whereas in my current version, obviously everything is a bit brighter. Background's cleaner, but brighter. Chimp has less highlight on it, but just has a bit more dark brown, chocolatey tone, which I like. So let me see, how the hell can I try to replicate that with my previous node structure? Can I discover what's causing the effects that I like so much? Well, I guess I can deactivate a few things and then see what happens. So that's definitely for the density on the background here. This one just makes things darker here. It's not actually changing the colors so much. Yeah, so mine right now is a bit too silvery without color there. This one has... Okay. What about this guy? Nope, nope, not it. Very, very subtle, so I'm not sure if it's that one. Slightly could be from the curves. I think it's still coming from the balance, maybe? Oh, I didn't read the rest of what you said, Photo. You said the first one is in theaters now, but there's 2 more coming over the course of the next 3 years? Jeez. What is it? They're like, are they going to follow the whole Stranger Things route? And it's like, oh. Although I guess it's an anime, so it's as long as the voice doesn't somehow mature. I gotta say, this whole Stranger Things season, whatever is coming out, the finale, it is so bizarre. I'm not the first one to say this, obviously. But it's like, how do you like... Because apparently, yeah, how does it make sense that you're supposed to still be children, I'm assuming, in terms of the passage of time that's gone on from season 1 of Stranger Things to now? How do you, like... how do you, square that circle of like, wait, these guys look like they're in their mid-20s now. Are they still in high school? Okay, I have not discovered what caused the... Oh, could have been... Oh yeah, the dehancer effect, maybe? No. Okay, generally speaking, I do like this edit. I'm being a bit nitpicky, but I think the more extreme I go, the worse it might be from like the lens of like trying to create a LUT. So maybe I accept this. So this might be worth testing out now. And then maybe we'll see with the dehancer effect. Is there something we can find a little bit of creative effects without going too crazy with it? Okay, so I'm going through some of the adjustments I made previously and seeing what do I need to adjust. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think... I feel like dehancers is making things a little bit too complicated for this shot. So... I think maybe we won't use dehancer for this one. Or if we do, I just... let me see. Let's just reset a few things. Alright, we're going to start over. Okay, so starting with the print, let's just keep it as is, and then same thing, let's choose our stock. And then I'm going to make all the adjustments afterwards. Let's just maybe start with these two bases and see which two pairings could potentially be one that we want to use. I think I'm more nervous with this color grading exercise that whatever I end up creating from this, I don't know how translatable it will be to other footages. So yeah, I'm a bit more... I'm a bit more skeptical. Probably because I'm struggling so much with this like last mile. Because I feel like I'm stacking too many effects on now. You know what? After we make this LUT, either we're going to choose something that's like more like a balanced shot, you know, a bit more colors everywhere, and or this might be a good moment to like hop back over into our Mongolia project and then like try to work with one of the NRAW footages in a scenario where there's maybe, if we can find one, I think I have a few shots where there's like a bunch of like different colors baked into the footage. So yeah, and then that way I can also see how far does my new editing structure follow through to other location or other kinds of captures. Do 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 do. Okay, so right now, honestly, I'm not feeling maybe... I might not be feeling either of the kind of like a film profile looks. So it's maybe more just like, do I want to adjust the existing colors as is? And then let's see, as far as LUTs go, the one that I've been enjoying is lens distortions. Let's just kind of get a sense from... Okay. There's another tool that I saw, that one video that we watched, the one that's super cinematic. I think he mentioned he uses the hue versus sat. Did I write that somewhere? Saturation. Use, okay, creative balance. Use curves, hue versus sat to bring back a bit of yellows to the midtones. Okay, so yeah, maybe I should focus on what the other notes I took. So for that guy, he uses lift gamma gain to remove unnecessary reds in the shadows, preferring the gamma and the gain. So let's just quickly go to our balance. Lift gamma gain, and he prefers gamma and gain to remove some unnecessary reds. I guess we technically did that in our gain section here, or we've dropped the red to 0.92. Then he uses the curves, but it's the curves hue versus sat. So this is one of those tools that I've never really used before. So this could be fun exercise. Where is it? Hue versus sat. To bring back a bit of yellows to the midtones. So what, how do you do that? Do you just lift it? Jesus. I'm about to do something I shouldn't. Okay, how do I use this hue versus sat tool? Okay, here we go. So I chose yellow, and as I lift it, what's happening here? It's adding saturation to the yellows, essentially. Gotcha. Okay, that's a pretty easy to understand tool. Okay, then what about, is there like a luminance one? Let's see. Hue versus loom. Okay, so if I choose greens, does this mean this will drop the greens? Kind of. That was like the most gradual, subtle of effects though, so. Loom versus sat. What does this do? Oh my god. I'm just like playing around with tools without knowing what it is that I'm doing. So this is probably not the best strategy. It's kind of getting me the effect that I want though. Sat versus sat, sat versus loom. Okay, so essentially it seems like these are just other tools to kind of do that whole density concept. But I don't actually know the right way to use it, so I probably shouldn't go too crazy with it. So I think the last thing I need to do here is I might just try to lift the black point a bit. It's not doing it. Okay. Now I'm just kind of doing things that I probably normally never would do, but I am kind of curious, because obviously this is like a super dark version, but I'm wondering, is there like a version of this that's acceptable? So if it wasn't so dark, right? If we bring it up evenly, but now we get a bit of like a faded and super dark tone. But in some ways, I almost feel like this could be interesting. It could be better. So let me just watch this. So if I just lift the exposure a bit evenly across the board, but I kind of maintain this very dark background. Yeah, because now, so what I like here is that the background, the forest, actually finally is the tone that I really wanted to go for. Just like maybe a little too limey in the colors, but it's dark. It's like this very rich, dense jungle feel. So somehow we can keep that, but then lift the shadows a bit more, so it's not like you can't see the eyes or the furs are just pure black. In some ways, I kind of prefer this. And even here, it's like you can't see the eyes because just the way the eyebrows are arched, but that kind of makes it feel more ominous. Like, do you really need to see the eyes? It feels a bit more like brooding. And it seems like the background, even though we have added this kind of like super darkness to it, I'm not getting that same annoying splotchiness as we had with the density effect. So by doing whatever I just randomly did here, playing with the curves, it's creating a bit more uniform darkening. So I feel like I'm onto something. But again, as I said, it's slightly too dark. So like, how can I play with this without destroying too much of what we just created? Thing is, like, you're just watching me wing it right now. So there's no real like math or logic to what I'm doing here. I am just trying to like see how much of this curve I can randomly change to get the effect that I want. So what if we do something like this? How does this compare to our previous version? So now we've gone much more kind of like a dark faded look, and I prefer it though. And then we just gotta lift the shadows a bit. Nope, that doesn't work. Okay, I kind of like this. Problem is, the more random stuff I'm doing, the more it might not be a good idea. But let's say this is at least one kind of particular look that I might want to replicate. My big fear, though, is the way I did the curve is quite different from how maybe I normally would do it. Like, we've lifted that black point quite high. And now I need to figure out how come I don't see my waveform anymore. There you are. Okay, so that same exercise where there's something about you use that mid-gray 18% tone to kind of get a sense of like if you're under or overexposed. So according to that, technically I need to be lifting my exposure quite a bit. So this is where I always seem to disagree with what is being told, like what I'm supposed to be doing. But let's do it, and then I just want to see what that shot looks like. Okay, so it's telling me I should be lifting the light to something more like here. But man, I mean, it doesn't actually look bad here, to be fair. It doesn't look bad. But we might see that weird spot. Okay, you know what? Let's play it from here, see what it looks like. But I think I prefer the look I had previously, where it was much, much darker. For what it's worth, the colors here, I really like it. It's a bit noisy in the dark areas though, so I wonder if like by adjusting my curve the way I did, it might have stretched it out a bit too much. Oh yeah, I mean we lifted the exposure quite a bit, so Okay, yeah. So to be somewhat fair, it does feel like the exposure levels seem much more agreeable here. But then I felt that the levels that I had it before were still acceptable. Like it was clearly pretty dark, but yeah, we started with a neutral balanced shot, and then I'm just happening to say, hey, with my current LUT, I'm aiming for a darker shot. So it's not just changing the colors, we're trying to make it a bit more of a moody, dark tone. And then we have the signature moment here. So then let me just compare real quick. So we have our, where did I make that? It was in the primaries. So compare that to this. Now here it's obviously very, very dark, although technically we're not like clearly underexposed too much. Hold on one second. So maybe I'll do one version that's like 0.086 versus 0.2. I just like this so much more. Even though it's like pure black in areas. So yeah, I guess again, it's like, I get it. This is not, Okay, so maybe we'll do a middle ground. Instead of doing all the way to 0.86, what if we just say, okay, fine, let's do 0.4. Right? Like it's like meeting us halfway. Again, though, it's like technically some areas are clipping. And then if we bring it all the way to 0.86, does that solve for it? Kind of. Actually, still you can see it there, so. Alright. I want to try this and see what happens. We're here to stress test, so if it ends up destroying everything, it's fine. At least for this particular shot, all I'm saying is that I would have kept to this kind of dark tones for what I want to play with. Would it work on a Hollywood, big screen? Maybe not. Whatever. For me, it's fine. King, you're asking, do you still do wedding photography? I've never done weddings. The closest I've come to doing a wedding was like, I did one little video for my friend's wedding in Korea, where I was just up on the balcony of like this two-floor ship thing, like a boat. It's like a moored boat. Is that the right word you say? It's an anchored boat, but then they do weddings from the boat itself. And so I was on the upper deck, and there's an opening where everyone was on the main floor. And so I took a vertical footage of my friend doing his first dance, and I had the perfect angle where I did a slow motion shot, and I just followed as he was like twirling her and then dropping her down. And yeah, that's the closest I ever did to like a wedding something. Maybe I will. If the money runs out, then yes, I'll have to shift to something that will fund my endeavors, in which case weddings seem to be one of those that pays the bills, right? But yeah, fingers crossed that I don't have to. Weddings seem very, very stressful. Okay, so I think I'm ready to go ahead and we'll make it 0.5. I think I'm ready to turn this into a LUT, or try our best to see if it works. No, I didn't want to do that. There's one other tool that I had. What did I use to... Was the log? Okay, let me go to log. Okay. So let's say if I want to turn this into a LUT, let's see if I can remember what I'm supposed to do. I need to turn off a bunch of things, including the Rec 709. And the conversions. I'm going to turn off the color correction stuff. So we just want the color grading stuff. Do we keep the noise reduction? I forget. Is that part of it? Let's ask ChatGPT. I don't think it... okay, so Amber, when it comes to exporting out my color gradings into a LUT, I'm assuming the noise reduction or sharpening nodes, those should not be included.
Yeah, you're absolutely right on that. So when you're exporting a LUT, you generally want to keep things like noise reduction or sharpening out of it, because a LUT is really just about the color and the tonal transformations. So you'd focus on the color adjustments and leave things like noise reduction, sharpening, any of those detail-oriented adjustments out of the LUT. And that way, when you apply the LUT elsewhere, it's just going to do the color work and not mess with anything else.
Okay, so then version 3. Okay, so I just created a new version. OG. So let's delete these guys. We'll delete everything down here. Okay. So now if I take all this, okay, do I remember the steps? How do I export this as a LUT? Do I just right click? Here maybe? Generate LUT? Yes. 65 point cube. And what was our naming convention? Creative 2. Chimp jungle walk. Technically forest walk. 192, I don't know what that stands for, but we'll just keep it as is. Underscore 192, why did I keep that naming? Shoot, I don't know what that stands for. Okay, we'll just keep it. Oh, that's the... Hold on. Let me just look at... What was my naming? What did it look like in mine? Chimp walk. Okay, so it kept all that random bullshit at the end. I don't want all that. So... So when I generate this... I need to say... Chimp forest walk. And then I'm going to delete everything after this. Okay. So let me just test it on a somewhat similar shot. Just to make sure I'm doing everything correct. So taking this shot, where do I go? I go to... Or I guess this one. No, it's fine. We'll use this one. I go to my gallery. We're going to apply our power grade. And then inside this LUT, I go to my LUTs. Why? Why does it create all this extra random shit at the end? Okay, well, I mean, it's not the best test so far because obviously I'm testing on a footage that's fairly similar in nature. You know, it was still while we're in the forest. But I will say I really like the colors, okay? It's a bit dark, so maybe I do need to lift up the exposure slightly, but it's got that moody tone to it, which I was aiming for. Hey Nala. What do you want to say to the people? Oh, yeah. Nah, look at these chimps. Yeah, okay, this is the lighting I wanted. So this looks good. This looks really good. I'm a fan. So now the real test is obviously, and let me apply the LUTs to a completely random shot now. Something in a different lighting situation. Yeah, maybe we'll try one of these first. So okay, we'll try this one. How do I delete everything? So let's go to our gallery, apply our power grade. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm supposed to technically do my color correction first before I do the LUT. But okay, well, let's see if I can just do a very, very simple one. Here I think I would just drop it a bit here. Okay, so then let's say if I applied the LUT here. Ooh, I like it. I like it. Yo. Hold on a minute. We're getting somewhere. Okay, so small test so far, but the LUT that I've created, I'm liking the colors on these two shots. Small sample size, so I have to keep putting that as a caveat. But I do need to test with like skin tones and stuff. So I do need to try to make some LUTs using like humans as a subject, not the chimps. Let's test this one as well. All right, Nala, if you're gonna chill here, you gotta chill with me. Find some balance with me, Nala. Yeah. Let's try this one as well. All right, so we got our before, and then we got our after. And this is like, this is it. This is the colors of the greens that I usually like. And it's like, it's not like a color thing as much. It is a color thing, but I guess maybe I just don't have the right verb. I don't have the right diction to maybe explain what I'm looking for. But when I like my greens, it's a certain tone. It's like a bit of like a faded look. It's a bit dark. And so far, my LUT is giving me that look. It's a personal choice, right? But this is like, generally speaking, what I like. And obviously it's a bit amplified here because it is wet, but it's like the wet, lush kind of jungle vibes I'm looking for. Here, the colors are slightly warm on the leaves, but that, you know, that's an easy adjustment. So it's like I wanted these. Okay, I'm really happy. Our second LUT attempt is turning out not bad. Hells yeah. All right. I'm feeling good, guys. I'm feeling really good. Okay, but I do want to actual stress test, like true stress test. What if we take it into the warms? So we're gonna do the reverse of what I did last time. Did we put a LUT in this one? Oh, we did. Okay. So let's do a new version. Let's delete everything. Let's call this version LUT tester. Apply the power grade. See, this is what's crazy to me. So this is what the shot looked like without any color grading, just the color correction. And to me, it's like, yo, this is a testament to the color science of red. I guess the quality in general of this camera. So it's like, really, do I need to do too much color grading in this particular circumstance? Not really. We were obviously in golden hour, so the sun, the warm colors already kind of grades the shot for us, but it just looks nice and clean. With that said, I do want to test our LUT. So if we go over here. So this is the LUT that we created for this vibe. So I personally like it a lot. And then this is our new one. Let's see if it holds up. It's a bit too urine yellow to me here. So I don't think it's not like the same colors that I would want. But nothing feels underexposed or overexposed. It's more just a color choice where with the yellows, I'm just not. Or some of the yellows. Some of this looks nice, and then just right there's like a shade of it that is a bit too like bleach yellow, maybe. Yeah, because for this I prefer this reddish tone here. Okay, so good to know. Let's test it on the other footage that we tested our first LUT with. Where are you? We have our... Where are you? I can't find it, but we can test it on this one. Yeah, let's test it on this one. So let's go to power grade. Let's apply this. Okay, both of them actually work really well. So this is our new LUT, and this is our first LUT. Both of them seem quite different, obviously. So we're different styles. But both are decent. Like, both could be something where I would like be, oh yeah, that's the final look. Let's go for it. And there's nothing crazy about it. There's nothing like... All right, look at that. Okay, so my question right now is, do I try making one more LUT, or do I go ahead and say, because, okay, we made one LUT using a very green environment. We made one LUT using a very warm golden hour environment. Should we try to make one LUT? We need one from a completely different, something completely different, but hopefully something that has a lot of colors involved with it. I'm not sure if I'm going to find it with the shots that I have now, because obviously since we were shooting the chimps, it's mostly green or yellow tones. There's not really much else. So before I continue with the rest of this, maybe what I'll do is let's hop over to one of our other projects. So where do I go? Let's go to our YouTube projects. Let's go back to Mongolia. I'm so excited to go back to this Mongolia thing, by the way. Ah, there's so much I have to do and not enough time. I'm just not fast enough. Do 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 do. Okay, so I'm so lost. It's been a while since I looked at this footage. So, what is this? Mongolia episode 1. Let's go to episode 2. Yeah, see, like, I feel like if we make a LUT with one of these kind of shots, there's like so much color everywhere, right? So, I'm sure there's one of these that might make more sense. Like yeah, maybe one of these shots. Oh my god. It's been so long since I looked at these files. I'm like so lost. What am I looking at? Here, let's check this out. Oh man, we have so much work to do on this video. Now that I'm rewatching this, I'm like, definitely I think all of these shots I need to re-color grade them. Not necessarily in like a super bad way, but I think I prefer something slightly different. So we'll go back, take a look at it. Okay, for now though, I'm just trying to see, can I test? So what if we took something like this? Imagine here. Oh, shoot. Okay, so one of the problems I guess I would have is that these are not the raw files. These are already exported into Rec 709. So my LUTs won't necessarily work on them. I mean, I guess I can try. I'm curious what would happen, but technically it shouldn't work. Yeah. Okay, so it's not really a one-to-one I can do here. Because it basically means I need to find... Okay, maybe I have one of them somewhere. Let's just look through these. Maybe I have one that I just threw in. Okay, so... Oh, wait, here we go. We got one. So these are the NRAWs. So I can use this one. So let's try and let's put this back on. Oh yeah, because then now I need to create a new power grade. Because I can apply this, but then I need to change the inputs. Because obviously now it's not red wide gamut. It should be... What is it? Where are you? Wait, what's the Nikon one? How come I can't think right now? What's the input? Rec 2020, Nikon and log. Okay, thank you. Rec 2020, Nikon and log. Okay. So off of this base, let's see. I feel like it's decently color corrected already. So let's just go to our LUTs and then see how does it look. It's not bad. Skin tone here for this first one, it feels a bit off on the skin tone, or it feels more like it's made me more chocolatey. And then this one, here, let's just drag this in. This one seems fine. It makes the sky a bit more, what would you say, like dehazed? So it's got more of like a richer sky to it, which is good because that's kind of what I was hoping for with this LUT, because this LUT was like darkening everything in the background. So in the same way you're seeing it's like darkening everything in the background, but then keeping the subject still pretty decently lit. There's doesn't seem to be anything too crazy, but still in a darker tone. So I'm kind of look, listen, not a professional. Oh, Markman, thank you very much. I didn't see your message. Rec 2020, thank you. Small sample size, of course, but I think at least my second LUT has carried over onto this shot in a okay manner, acceptable manner, in a manner in a manner where if this ended up being my final color correction when I was editing this, or when I am editing this, I would actually be like, yo, this looks great. I would keep it. There's a bit of like a faded tone to this, which is like I said, that tends to be my current preference. So in the darks, in the entire shot, there's almost like a subtle film, I say film, but like as in like a thin layer of fade. And then the blues look nice. Okay, unfortunately I don't have many NRAW shots from this loaded up on my computer, so there just happen to be these three that I can play with. So let's try again. We'll make this Rec 2020 and Nikon N-Log. It's a bit overexposed. Let's go ahead and drop that a bit then. And then let's see if the LUT looks nice. Okay, so here, I mean, it's got too much blue in it. So I mean, that should just be a quick white balance thing. Maybe I can do. But I felt like the first LUT looks a bit better. So if I drag this in. So the first LUT kind of has a bit more like a chocolatey tone to it. Jesus, okay. That also, this is not the best shot to really do much with, because I was like kind of pointing against the sun here. Unfortunately, it's a very shaky shot, so it's gonna give me a headache if I look too closely at it. But the ground colors I like. It's like a very dense color to the ground. Okay, but not necessarily the best example for me to like test with. Okay, so I need to do a lot more testing. But good to know. Good to know. And like I said, unfortunately, I totally forgot that before I started this, I exported everything into an MOV, just because it's it's just easier for me to like consume all these files when I'm editing. So I will need to do this on our next trip. So not Mongolia, so the next country, when we have all the raw clips, then I can start putting the LUTs in and seeing how it looks. And I'll have to do that soon because I want to create a whole assortment of LUTs. But let's go back to our previous project. Because we still need to make a video out of this. Let me turn off render. Let's delete renders. Okay, nice. So now we're kind of going back to our previous project, which was I have about 5 hours worth of footages of these chimps, slow motion and everything. So I need to start applying. I think I stabilized all the footages for the most part. There's a few that I need to double check to see if the stabilization effort was decent. Outside of that, I need to color grade. So now that we've kind of figured out our power grade node structure, it should be a bit easier for me to color grade going forward, and we might discover a few new LUTs as we do that. And then, yeah, and then I need to put in some music. So yeah, we'll see. Nala, let's put you outside over here. Okay, but yes, I am actually genuinely pretty excited with the process because I had very, very low hopes that the LUTs that I was trying to make would actually turn into anything. So the fact that we are now having some decent results from it, I'm pretty pleased. So what do I need to do? I need to somehow... I need to delete... I need a new power grade on everything. But the problem is... Does the stabilization efforts disappear if I remove things? I have no... Okay, I'm not sure. So for example, if I delete all this, okay, that's fine. Let's say I go to my power grade, I apply this guy. Okay. That's fine. Okay, so maybe you do need to restabilize after you do this. I'm not sure. So I need to create a new version for this guy. Version 4, we're going to call... Actually, we don't need this. We've created ours already. So we'll load this one. Let's rename it... New version... final version. Create LUT creation. I need better namings. Let's turn all these back on. Okay. I think this means now what I can do is we're assuming this one's properly graded. I can take these guys and... Well, really, I can just apply this guy, but hold on. Beautiful. Okay, so then let's delete this one. Basically, I just need to replace everything with the new, what do you say? The new power grade, and then we'll just work from there. But it might mean I have to restabilize all the footages. I'm hoping not. Mark, you said maybe name your LUTs after cats, like Nala Pack 1, Kimpop Pack 2. Yo, that's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. We'll see, we'll see. Because Mark, I guess the other question is like, how many LUTs am I actually trying to create? And there's a thought, there's technically a world where I create a shit ton of them. Just like every time we'd end up finding something creative, similar to how I have, 50 photo presets. Or actually, I think I have 100 photo presets. And it's just like as your styles change, you just have, you keep saving the fun stuff you make. But then I also understand the value of like simplicity or quality over quantity. So maybe I'll be ending up mixing some of them or just like picking out the top 10 that turns into a pack. And then if I make that pack, technically I could call it the Nala pack and the Kimpop pack. But then the other issue is most people will have no idea what that means, right? And sometimes when it comes to like marketing stuff, I assume simpler language is better. Yeah. So I'm not sure. Like, for example, like what do I even call my presets? Because I think I had to do the same thing when I was creating my presets on my website. Let's see. Presets. Okay, so on my website, I call it the Master Collection, the Ultimate Preset Bundle. So really, there's no fluff, there's no bullshit, there's no creative naming. It was just me saying, hey, this is the Ultimate Preset Bundle. I think I did come up with some names for Volume 1 and 2, though. Let me just see. Yeah, so okay, Volume 2, I called it the Wild Journeys Presets. So, I kind of front-loaded the wild, so it kind of conveys, and you'll see it in the examples, but it conveys that most of these were from my wildlife-related trips. So then it's like, okay, so in Volume 2, it's heavily influenced by wildlife. It's just that if I added the entire word wildlife, maybe that's 2 on the nose, and then also this way just kept it within a certain character length to fit in here. But yeah, so yeah, that was one thing I did where if I called this the Nala pack, then maybe people would just be like, what the hell does that mean? Although maybe Nala could work because like some people would make the connection with Nala from Lion King, but otherwise it would just be a scratching head. Or especially with kimbap, it's like, wait, sushis? Like what are you talking about, kimbap? Isn't that the Korean sushi? And then here I called it the Trailblazer presets, mainly just because this was like my first pack and it was me as I went on my first foray traveling the world, capturing everything essentially. So it wasn't necessarily just wildlife, but showing like, as I was also looking at landscapes, cultural shots, portraits, just my entire kind of initial creative process around the majority of the travels I've ever done in my life. So yeah, it's like about 50 plus countries, my first 50 plus countries of like traveling and capturing shots. Whereas the wildlife was more recent times, like in the past 3 years or so. Decent number of countries, but a bit more focused, but also with more experience too. So in some ways, maybe I would say Volume 2 would be less creative and more focused in terms of how I would edit, whereas Volume 1 might be a lot more crazy edits or crazy creative examples as I was still exploring things. Wild Journeys, something like Volume 2, Nala Pack. Volume 1, Kimbap Pack. But yes, I do want to use my cats in some way for the namings, for sure. I don't know how, though. I'm not sure. Thank you for the suggestion. And then for the individual LUT names, generally speaking, I do like to just name it off of the actual footage that inspired it. even though that kind of breaks from what I said, because then that might not necessarily be as, it might be better just to be like, oh, here are LUTs for warm tones. Here are LUTs for monotones, blah, blah, blah. We'll see. We'll see. But the one thing I do find annoying is that from this shot, DSC 2024. Okay, DSC 2024. When I created the LUT, yeah, it keeps the name of the file inside the LUT. So instead of just saying like YP creative 1 chimp forest walk, it adds all the extra fluff at the end. So I'll need to see how I can get rid of that, because it's like unnecessary. It obviously truncates the text even more. So okay, anyways, let's go ahead and continue. I just need to apply this new power grade structure on everything. This one we already did. This one we did as well. Oh, here's the shot. So this is the one I was looking for. Either way, I think I need to redo this one because we've made changes to our power grade. So let's imagine if I copied that over, and then let's just do it as is because I'm too lazy now. So this is what it looked like with our LUT 1, which I kind of like quite a bit. And then with our new LUT, it's now making a bit more green. Green and brights. And it's not bad. It's not bad. But I think I prefer, in terms of creativity wise, this one might be a more interesting shot. Okay, we'll play with that later. Because I might end up making a LUT from this photo as well. Because this is like a quite different scenario, right? We're now in the sunlight, but it's not like golden hour yet. So we're getting a bit more like neutral lightings, and we still get the yellows and greens, so it's still influenced mostly by that. But you got more like outdoor, overexposed shot as opposed to the unders that I've been playing with. We'll see. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. I think I overshot it. Oh, no. I have to keep going. Okay, there we go. And then this one technically shouldn't be touched because this is one of the ones that we use to create our LUTs, right? Let's just try this one though. Oh, that's what we use to create the LUT. Okay. 4 LUTs best. Okay, let's go to this one. Jesus. Okay. I just want to recreate, see what happens. So if I copy this over, looks good. Obviously slightly different because I didn't color correct this shot, but okay, looks good. Anyways, we're going to go back to the best version, which is already color corrected and graded. Three, two, one. Still, this is probably still the top. This is the top photo from the entire trip. It has to be. Just because it's like, man, it's the alpha male, so it has a bit of symbolism there. I think it's the alpha male. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure it was. Super dramatic. And the coolest thing is, this is the shot without any color grading. So this is literally just from the conversion into the right color space. And here you are. Do 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 do. Bam. Okay, so now I've applied the power grade to everything. So now we are starting our we're going to start our color grading session now. And the goal is not to be too slow with it. Ideally, I can try to see if I can just apply some LUTs, or if I can do one and then copy it into everything else. So for instance here, ideally I can just copy our second LUT that we created. But let's do our color corrections steps first. Let's go into our primaries. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Was it 0.336? What did I do to lift the blues at the bottom? Was it the log? Or was it the HDR tool? It might have been the HDR tool. Nope. Why is that doing nothing? Shit. There's something you can do, and I forgot now what it was. Okay, whatever. Let's say this is like fairly balanced. So let's just go to our little LUT guy. Okay. Oops. Okay, so trying to apply the LUT, it's not exactly as I would want it to be. So the colors are a little bit too bright in these ones, I think. So we might have to go with a completely We might still end up using it as a base, maybe, but I don't know. Let's think. Because I have a version of this that I've already edited, which I like. Where are you? From which version? From the product review version. Product review, final version. Yeah, the colors here, I think was preferable. So let's create a second version and try to copy some aspects of this. I think mainly just like the colors on the greens are better. Let me drag this over. 2K DCI scope version, 4K version. Which one did I end up working with? V2 new edit style. Jesus. Okay, so then basically I just need to figure out how can we get to the previous version. I mean, this one's not bad, but something about it doesn't sit right with me. I think the greens and I think it's the yellows. The yellows look too, it looks like the shade of certain types of poop, you know? It's like a piece of shit. And sometimes you get that yellow color. I feel like that's what it is. It's like a disgusting yellow. So I don't think that carried over well in the LUT. Whereas in this version, this is the kind of yellow, the greens that I'm looking for, right? It's nice and like minty. We want the minty fresh poop, not the yellow diarrhea poop. However, I don't actually know what edits I did that caused this to be what it is. So clearly this thing affected the colors, hue shift, density, effects, exposure, I didn't do anything, curves for sure. So really it was the curves, balance, saturation. We didn't use that too much. And these guys. Okay, so between these things, whatever changes I did is what caused it. So let's see, I did negative 130 and 4 again. Let's go ahead and try that again. So if I copy this guy over, go here. Let's go to our creative balance. Negative 130 and 4. Okay. Let's turn off this LUT for now. And then the primaries. Let's switch to... Jesus, there's got to be an easier way to hop between these. Okay, so then let's copy the curves. I guess I really just changed that one. Let's go to our primaries, copy that. Yeah, so we'll just do it ourselves. Okay. So now I have to affect the saturation. What did I use here? We used the DCTL 1.7, 0.178, 0.178 and 60. 0.178. Point 178. Density, it was 1 on the yellow, 426. Let's just copy that over. This will be a DCTO. Density 2.1. Let's paste it in. Okay. What else? So we had one more density. No, this was a brightness tool. 0.853. So I added a brightness, and then we have a hue shift coming up. Jesus. I know for sure someone will look at this and be like, yo, there's such an easier way to do what you're doing. Okay, so this is brightness. Nope, I did not mean to do that. Okay, and then finally, or roughly speaking, this is the final one, but there is a hue shift. Let's copy that over. Okay, is there anything else? That's empty. We had the creative, but this is mainly just the halation and the bloom effect. There's nothing there. Okay, so this technically was all the steps that I took to get to the look that I liked. And how does it look here? Here it looks very warm. So there's a few things that haven't necessarily translated properly with our new node structure, which is not a bad thing. It's just that, yeah, some additional changes needed. Let me just play it out for now. So the main thing here is that there's some, I think the greens are still, or the shot in general is a little too warm for what I prefer. So I just need to apply a bit of just cooling. Otherwise, everything else I like, so. All right, so using this shot, what can we shift? Oh, maybe that's why. It was not connected. Ha ha ha. Having all these lines is so confusing. Jesus. There we go. Okay, okay. It's because the hue shift node did not carry over. I did not link it, unfortunately. Okay, so now this is, generally speaking, what I do like. Cool. Let me just check it out then. So yeah, this kind of like minty-ish green. Do 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 do. Boo do boo do boo. Boo do do do. Boo do boo do boo. Okay, let me be right back. I just have to answer some messages on my phone. You know, life stuff. So give me like 30 seconds, really. In what was the highlight of this morning, we stumbled upon a lion pride with 4 incredibly young and playful cubs. It led to some magical moments, including one climbing a tree, or at least attempting to. I will share those moments with you now as I experienced it through my lens. Please enjoy. Okay. Amazon Kitty is back, by the way. Look at her. Chilling over there in her beautiful and very cheap Amazon cardboard box. Looking like a queen. Let me bring her over just to say hi. 1 second. Hopefully I don't freak her out again. Good girl. Thank you. I come bearing gifts. Your Amazon delivery has arrived. Yes, ma'am. Man, cats' lives are just like the easiest. What a posh life you've got. Your biggest challenge is which box? What a life. What a life. Okay. Now, unlike my cats, I have to do work, okay? We gotta use our brain power. We can't just sleep all day, unfortunately. Okay, so what's the progress we've made? We have here... Now, so the 2 LUTs that I've made so far, it did not work on this one. Because this was slightly different in terms of the look and feel. But I was able to... Well, actually, that doesn't look too bad. I was able to recreate the color grading I did in my prior version of the exact same shot. And the question is it worth making this a LUT? The problem is, I feel like it's probably going to be somewhat similar to the one I just made. So then it's like, am I just making like... I don't want to make too many variations of the same thing, you know? But it might be worth it. Actually, yeah, let me turn this into a LUT, because I think maybe what I need to do is like, it's maybe better to create as many LUTs as it makes sense. And then over time, I'll kind of get a pattern of which LUTs apply more often, and then I can delete the other ones or just put it off to the side. Yeah, okay. Because like I thought that this might be a 1-to-1 translation with the previous LUT that I made. However, we saw that it didn't actually translate exactly as I wanted. And the colors here do look quite different. So yeah, okay, I'm gonna create a new version of this shot. Let's call this for LUT creation. So what do we need to do? I need to delete a bunch of stuff, right? So we're gonna delete these guys. Basically everything on the bottom. We're going to get rid of the color grading stuff and this. Okay, so we're just left with everything in the middle. And then we just connect this guy to the end. Okay, so then let's go ahead and generate that LUT. Man, I need better naming convention because we have too many chimp blocks now. Oh, I also forgot to number this properly. Whoops. Because this would technically be creative number 3. Chimp forest walk. But it's okay. We'll do the naming stuff later. These are all going to be updated eventually. Okay, so let's go back to one of the other versions. Version 2, new edit style. Yeah, this is the one we want. Let's see. This one, we did apply the previous. I think it looks good. Quite different. Interesting. Interesting. Hold on a minute. Why? This one's too dark, obviously. But for this one, I can almost see that this LUT could be better. Hold on. Let's just make sure if we're doing all the color correction stuff first. So taking a look at this guy. I mean, everything seems fairly balanced, right? So nothing too much to change here. do 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 do. Hold on, let me ask something. Okay, so when it comes to generating LUTs in DaVinci, would curve adjustments and like contrast, lighting exposures, do those translate into a LUT, or is it strictly any of the color stuff? So the lighting stuff won't carry over?
Yeah, absolutely. So curve adjustments, contrast, exposure tweaks, those all do translate into a LUT. Basically, anything that you do in terms of changing the image's tonality or color will be captured in the LUT. What won't translate are those more like detail level operations like noise reduction or sharpening. But all your lighting adjustments, your curves, your contrast, that's all going to be baked into the LUT and will carry over just fine.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out which one of these I prefer. This one's more neutral. Nothing crazy about it. This one's dark and moody. But could, I don't know, maybe if I lift the shadows? No, not like that. There's something about the greens that I like in the background. And then obviously the foreground's just way too dark. Okay, never mind. We'll stick to our first LUT. I think I do need to reapply the stabilization to everything though. That's unfortunate. But actually, it's not the worst thing, because we've already done this exercise once, so I already know I've trimmed most of everything that we don't want in the shot. So it's just a matter of I just need to grab it all, cut out the ends, or sorry, then just hit the stabilize button. Okay, I'm looking at the time, because man, after Photoleak popped in and he mentioned that Demon Slayer Infinity Castle is still in theaters, and there is a showing near me at like 10:45, which is about, you know, like an hour from now. Part of me really just wants to go and watch it now. You know, it's like I deserve a break, don't I? Don't we all? Demon Slayer Infinity Castle. Let me check this again. Demon Slayer something 98 freaking % on Rotten Tomatoes. That's crazy. Wow, 98 on both critic and okay, audience. How long is this movie? Storming the big screen. Dun, 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 dun. 2.5 hours. Jesus. So if I watch at 10:45, is it worth it? Oh no. Well, tomorrow I'm supposed to have a movie night with some friends. Which means tomorrow I need to be more judicious with how much work I get done. So, okay, you know what? We're not going to do it tonight. Damn it. I'm like, there's a part of me that really just wants to see that movie, you know? I just binge watched all of Demon Slayer, however many seasons they got. Okay, fine. It is what it is. Alright, let's keep working then. I'm acting as if I'm not actually complaining. I enjoy doing this. But that movie, you know? Yeah, because like I kept seeing Demon Slayer out there, and I think I ended up watching like maybe the first 2, 3, or 4 episodes, and I had nothing against it, but you know I just had other things that got in the way. And then when that Demon Slayer movie came out, there was so much buzz around it, and so and apparently it did really well. And then I heard from a few other people who were like super suggesting that I should watch it, saying it's like very, very good. So then I gave it a shot, and actually, you know, it's not like my favorite anime, but I thought the animation style and the way that each season, I feel like you can see a measured improvement in the animation style. And so even for that alone, it was quite cool because it just didn't feel stale with like the fight scenes or just even like simple scenes. They put so much thought into it. They added a bunch of like 3D kind of elements to how they animate things. And then for the story was decent. There's like a few characters that I think are fun to watch that you care about, kind of. Main character is a little bit too... I feel like some animes fall into this weird, not necessarily a trap, but they always do this thing where the main character is like overly nice and like goody two shoes and like just like wants the best for everyone, never gets angry, you know, at least only at the very enemies, but then forgives all the enemies and sees always the best. And it's a little like, you know, unbelievable and just too one-sided of a personality type, I think. So there's a little bit of that. However, I think that there's enough mystery and they introduce enough new characters, and then the main character also keeps improving his skill sets a little bit each time. So yeah, I don't know. It seems okay. Like there's still enough mystery around. Like, ooh, what's in the main character's past? Is he from some special clan? Does that mean he gets some special abilities eventually? Okay, I've just been bouncing back and forth. I'm trying to figure out what's the way to lift the blacks here without breaking the shot too much. I don't know why, but this thing is doing nothing. I don't see any changes here. Does that mean for everything? Let's see. Yeah, that one changes. Okay, I feel like that's breaking the shot though. 0.24. Let's copy that over to this one. This is kind of like a continuation of the first shot here. Yeah, as it cuts here, and then this is just a continuation. Alright, we're gonna keep this. Okay, so then what about this shot? So this is the one that we used to create our second LUT. Things look fine. So now this one we need to change. Okay. What else do we need to do? Oh, I did it in the wrong spot. Damn it. Let's just reset everything here. Okay. So here I meant to do the white balance. Let's just keep it as is. I mean, it's like kind of tough for me to figure out like what would be considered the neutral white balance in a shot where you've got these chimpanzees. There's not like a skin tone to really pull from, except for a chimp's skin tone, and I'm not familiar enough to say like what is considered proper skin tone colors. So let's move on. For the okay, so then here, let's say it's like decently balanced. Now let's apply probably this one. Okay, let's proceed. Make it to the top. Okay, so this one I think we need to turn on some noise reduction. Jesus, man, the noise reduction really slows things down. Okay, let me disable that for now. Okay, so there's a little bounce at the top there, but you know what? That's acceptable. We're not trying to make some kind of fancy film out of this. This is meant to just be like a fully extended, just slow motion shots of these chimps. So and then let me turn on the noise reduction. Actually, no, we're going to turn it off for now because I need to start slapping music on top. Wait, no, we will turn it on. Ignore everything I just said. So yeah, slightly underexposed, but I think I'm going to keep it this way. Okay. Good enough. All right, this one you can do something a bit more creative, I feel. Okay, I'm leaning towards this one. Just there's so much brown here anyways. Let's lift the curves just a bit. Okay, so yeah, I mentioned I have to stabilize everything again, but it's fine. Okay, that's good. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'm just gonna lift the, it's a bit dark, so okay, looks good. What about you? What should we do with you? No, let's try again. I'm not a fan of how those colors looked. Okay, this looks better. Why does this look better? I don't know what I did. Okay, this looks a bit more natural. This one looks more dramatic, and I like the dramatic, so let's slap that in. Yep. Good enough, good enough. Okay, so then this one, we should just be able to apply this guy. Looks good. Yeah, these things make the yellows too bad. Alright, this looks fine. Just gonna lift the darks just a bit, just a tad. Okay, same thing. I'm just gonna carry this over. Beautiful. Perfect. Okay, so now this one, what do we need to do? I need to drop this slightly. What were the rules? Let me see. For exposure, edit the gamma and the gain, HDR global exposure, edit mid detail for cinematic look, lowering the number. Okay, so then let's go ahead and drop the gain a bit. There we go. That looks much better. And then we just need to lift the blacks. So let's go back to the log. No. Let's go to the HDR. Can we lift the blacks? See if it works. I don't know why, but this black thing doesn't always work. This one's also barely having an effect. This one's working a bit. Okay, so we'll just do this one then. Ah, shit. Same thing, I made a mistake. I was supposed to do all the effects here. So let's just reset these guys. Okay, so then let's go see if our LUT will work here. Interesting. I personally prefer this tone, but it's really, really dark, so I would need to change the lighting a bit. Let's see. So if we do work with this one, what do we need to adjust? I need to lift, let's lift the lights quite a bit. Okay, that looks not bad. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, and this one we did apply a LUT already. What would happen if I try the other version? No, so this one doesn't work as well. Too dark. Actually, it's the same thing. Like, what if we... Because I think I like this more muted look, but obviously it's too dark. So then if we go with the muted look... let's see. It's the original. So in the original, maybe we drop it up. Okay, so then let's go... Let's lift it up in the global HDR. Yeah, something like this. Okay, now, yeah, I think I really like this. So we're gonna go with that. Now what about this one? I did like this before. Could it be better? Let's see. Ooh, so this is a creative choice, obviously. So the previous version was done with one of our, the second LUT that I created. And then this version is with our third LUT. So this one has more of a faded look to it. This one's more, what would you say, contrasty? You know, I think I want to go with this style. Because then I might as well try to extend it to all the shots in a sequence. But the main thing obviously is now I need to lift the exposure a bit. Maybe can we lift the shadows maybe? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, we're gonna add a little bit of fade to this. Okay, I like this a lot. So then let's copy this over. Perfect. This one, yeah, we'll do this version. I like it. Listen, our LUTs. Our LUT is succeeding, okay? But it is cheating because like I'm using the LUT on a bunch of the similar shots. But either way, my point is the colors of the greens, the lighting choice here I think is really nice, and if I can replicate it, so far it seems okay. It's holding up. So there might be an additional LUT that we want to create from one of these. But yeah, like just to be able to compare, like, okay, so with just the color correction, the camera, I forget what my temperature was set to, but let's just say like the greens kind of look a bit yellow. I don't like it. But then once we do our adjustments, I feel like this shade of green is more perfectly aligned with, I guess, what I kind of like. So far, so good. Let's turn this one off for now. Let's go one at a time. Oh wait, no, I do need this. Okay, so this one's a bit too dark, so let's just lift it a bit. Dun, 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 dun. I just want to drop the curve slightly. I felt like the faces were slightly too pale. Okay, now that's fine. Do, 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 do. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I think this is fine. Okay, so now this is our new challenge because we're switching gears. The color palette, everything is different here. So the changes I made before may not apply here. This one doesn't look bad, but it's like super high contrast. So I don't know if I want to keep that. Let's just see how the rest looks. It kind of looks nice, but part of me feels like there's so much contrast here that maybe it's too much. Maybe let me just like reduce it slightly. So we'll just like flatten out the S curve just a bit. All right, this one I do want. Okay, let's continue. Let's see. It's not bad. Now, the thing that I'm trying to recall, when I was first editing some of these footages, I think I ultimately ended up making the background more green because like these shots are fairly yellow. So I think I like, in my crude way, I probably just like cooled down the temperature to something more like this, which kind of neutralizes it. It doesn't add as much like personality to the shot, but it may be, I don't know, because otherwise it's like you're surrounded by yellow, and it wasn't like necessarily truly yellow in color, right? And it's like a crazy different vibe from the greens that we had elsewhere. So it might just be too much to maintain like this super yellowy look. So I might want to maintain that. I'm not sure. Let's use this one as a test then. So let's use this one. So maybe what we'll do, so we're going to take this guy and let's go ahead and adjust the colors a bit. Okay, something like this maybe is a bit better for me. I'm trying to think. Essentially, we're turning the yellows into just a bit more of the proper greens. Even though the yellow looks nice, or like there's a nice like there's like something creative about having the yellows surrounding the chimp, but it just wasn't like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel as natural. And it is pretty drastically different from the rest of the shots that we have. So we'll go with the cool as our new baseline. Okay, so we'll go with this. So what happens if we now carry that over to the rest of the shots? Okay, I think I want to make a slight adjustment there. Just like a slight bit of yellow. Okay, I think this is better. So basically we're just doing a haircut to the yellows. So we have it like this. I don't know, to me, just the yellow just felt a little bit unnatural. So now we're bringing the greens back. Yeah, I feel actually much better about that. We made the right choice. In a world of wrong choices, we made a right one, okay? And then for this one, I think we need to adjust the curves a bit. Because the silver looks a little too flat now, so let's redo this curve. Okay, this one's too much. Okay. Oh yeah, so this is where the kind of the mood shifts a bit, right? The greens, you'll see it in the next few shots. It's a bit more like undertone or like very low light. Because I think the shots before, they were from like a, what was it? Kind of like really bright midday. And then whenever this happened, either the clouds kicked in or it was just a bit darker. Maybe it was early morning. I don't actually remember when this was. It was a completely different look and feel. So let's spend a bit of time maybe just getting the color corrections correct, and maybe we'll do a separate LUT, or I'm just going to at least have a new base. So let's look at this. Let's go to the primaries. Let's lift. Okay. White balance I think is fine. Primaries are okay. Yo, 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 Photo Elite, thank you very much for the epic raid. Yo, man. You know what, sometimes I forget that everyone else, all the really dope photographers, videographers, you guys are streamers as well. Thank you, Photo Elite. I appreciate that so much, super much. So Photo Elite is probably one of the most knowledgeable people that has graced us with his presence on my streams. So I've definitely learned a lot from you being a part of the stream. Thank you very much. Thank you for the raid. What should I say? It is 10:30 p.m. right now. Do I have the energy to be super, like, yo, what's up, guys? I do not generally have that kind of energy, but right now I am editing my footages from shooting with the Nikon ZR. So I was able to make a cool little film shooting with the ZR for about 3 days. I wish they gave me more time, but actually it was just the right amount of time. So right now I've been going through the process of learning how to make my own LUTs, as well as utilizing a proper workflow. Uh-oh. Okay. I thought my mouse died. But yeah, so this is a little bit of like, I'm just kind of in the zone. I'm just kind of tuning out a little bit. Also, I'm a little bit bummed because it's 10:30 p.m. and Photo Elite reminded me that Demon Slayer Infinity Castle movie is still in theaters. And there was a showing at 10:45 near me, but now it is too late. So what can you do? I'm just gonna have to keep on doing this, right? But yeah, I do want to watch that Demon Slayer. But yeah, so what are we on? We're on day 76 of the stream, and I just want to get through as much of this footage as possible. Not that I'm complaining. Photo Elite, you're in the zone as well. Nice. Oh yeah, you were working on the cosplay. Do they call it cosplay? The cosplay photo shoot? Yeah, is that how they say it? The cosplay photo shoot. But yeah, either way, hopefully this is what I accomplished on stream. Oh, let's check it out. Imager, copy link address. Yo, that's really good, man. How much, Photoli, how much time do you normally spend per photo, in general? Like, let's say if it's for, like, these kind of, like, people shots and stuff. It's, like, well done, man. So creative. Yeah, I'll have to take lessons from you. If I end up doing more, like, portraitures, I'll definitely have to reach out to you for advice. I like the colors. Everything about it is really nice. Yeah, I'm a big fan of like this kind of faded look in general, so cool stuff, man. You said I guess that would be how people say it, but I got a fall fashion session that needs doing what? So that's what I'm working on for this, about an hour and a half. Okay. Oh, that's probably still much faster than me. Sometimes, man, I get stuck on one photo, or I get stuck on one, and then it's just like I stay on it for way too long. So, but I don't actually know how to work faster, unfortunately, so here we are. Although in this case, at least with the video editing, so now that I've got the node structure down, now that we got a few LUTs under our belt, I feel like it should be a bit faster. And also a lot of these are similar shots, so now I can just copy and paste to the rest. Also, I'm not editing for like a film right now, so these are mainly just to put it all together for like a 5-hour long YouTube video. So no need to be perfect with the color grades, it just has to look Nat Geo-esque, I guess. So these colors look pretty straightforward. Let me drop it a bit. And then let's see if we see how these guys look. I think I still prefer a more muted tone. So like I think these greens and the blues look better. This one looks a little too like dry tinder kind of thing, I guess, like with the grass. And this one's way too much. It's a bit too pastel-y. So I think if I had to go for it, I'd go for this, and I'll see if I can lift up the shadows a bit. Yeah, okay. Photo, you said per photo, not per session. If it's an advanced cosplay and I'm doing a lot of special effects, it can take days to create it. Gotcha. Okay, nice. Well, that's, you know what? In some ways, that's encouraging to hear from me, selfishly, because I tend to take so much time. It depends, right? But if there's like, yeah, like a particular photo that I'm invested in, yeah, it could definitely take me way more time than I think is normal. So if you're saying per photo, it can take you about an hour and a half. Okay. Bum bum. Okay, I need to lift the blacks a bit, but not too much. So let's say like this much. Let's go to the curve. Maybe we just gotta lift it up a bit there. Okay, so if we have this effect, then let's see, does it apply? Yeah, will it carry over? Okay, there's one thing here. I guess with the current edits that I'm doing, it makes the area that's super sharp look super sharp, which is not necessarily the best effect. So it's like, let me think about this. Yeah, okay, I think I need to do some reworks on this one. And you know what? I've edited these before to look better. So let me see. Photo, you said this first photo, for example, took me about 3 full 8-hour days to edit. Jesus. Okay, let's check this out. Dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah, I remember these are the ones you shared before. Second one was just like, the first one took me 3, yeah. Second one was just like a 5 to 8 hours. I guess like once you get one, but maybe it doesn't translate. I don't know. I don't know Photoshop well enough. That's crazy, man. Crazy, crazy. That's a cool effect too. I wonder, I imagine people who do like motion graphics, it must be the same thing, right? Like people just spend hours just frame by frame getting some 3D effects rendered. I guess sometimes it's also just how much time it takes for your computer to process these things. I like it. Oh wait, was there a way to... What's the way to adjust the impact of a LUT? Is there a way to do that? Okay. Let's edit from... I mean, these are like not bad. And I do want to speed through these, so... I think these are acceptable. It's at least changing the greens. Obviously, it's very minty, but it's also like early morning, so... Yeah, and this is like the money shot right here. Okay, we'll edit. We're going to spend a bit more time on this one, but generally speaking, I don't think I'm going to change it too much. For this, it does not translate at all. I mean, I created that 3D effect by myself from scratch in Photoshop. Damn. Photoshop is just like one of those tools where I don't know if I'll ever... Yeah, I don't think I'll ever master Photoshop.
Come here, come a little closer. Don't be afraid, no, I don't wanna hurt you. Little more, come near, let me just show you. Don't know, can't talk, let me just show you. Don't be obsessive, it could be intensive, it could be explosive, it could be offensive. Don't be defensive, don't be aggressive, it will be a waste cause we could be expensive. You need a little fee in your life, you need a little me in your life.
Okay, good enough, good enough. Let's proceed. Actually not good enough. There's something about the fur that's getting a little bit warped, I think. I think it's from lifting the darks too much here. Yeah, okay, so let's drop this a bit. Okay, that's more acceptable.
Don't you mess with us, we're not afraid. Look at us, no, there is nothing to discuss. I'm not okay, but I'll get up. I know the way, no, I won't stop. I know the scheme, I won't give up. It takes some time to reach the top. Let's take a break, here comes the drop. Don't be obsessive, it could be intensive, it could be explosive.
Okay, we're out of that. Photo, you said, I wouldn't say I mastered Photoshop either. I know a lot, yes, but there's still so much to learn. Yeah, I guess, I mean, that's a good attitude to have. But I would absolutely say the work you do feels very much like someone who's mastered it. Or at the very least, someone that you're worth... if I need to spend money for someone's services on Photoshop, it's well warranted, right? Okay, so we're back to one of these shots. So hopefully our LUT should work on this, the first one we created. Let me just double check on the color correction stuff. Generally speaking, I think it's good enough. So from here, let's just slap in our LUT. All right. Good. We got our freaking, the dude that is in all nightmares. It's crazy, this guy. I wonder what a chimp is thinking about when it's just chilling like that, you know? Like you think it's pondering all of his life decisions from the past years as he stares off into the distance and like, Or are the only thoughts in his head like avocado, bananas, apples, berries, human over there, another chimp coming. Need to scratch my balls. Yeah, the colors look so good on this one. Yeah, like to me, this is also a nice, I could totally see me like grabbing this as a still frame and then turning it into an actual framed image. I could put that on the wall somewhere. Maybe I should do a gallery. Yeah, if I do a themed gallery, and then obviously the subject will be the rescued chimps. That could be cool. Okay, so these last two, I think I need to lift the shadows a bit. Okay, so now we're out of the tunnel territory. We're back into the greens. So I'm going to spend time editing this one properly. So this one, let's see. Exposure-wise, maybe we need to drop it a bit. And then there's some of the blues that are showing like basically hugging the black. It's like basically hugging 0. So then what can we do to lift it up? So this is like kind of just more of a compression as opposed to truly lifting what I need it to. Lifting this thing never seems to do much at all. Like I see 0 change on my waveform. Yeah, I just don't know how to use this tool properly yet, so let's go over to, what about the logs? Okay, well yeah, clearly it does something. Let's back it up a little bit. I went too crazy there. Same thing. I always get a little stuck with the white balance, though. I'm not sure what I can do about that, at least for the color correction phase. And then maybe for the... Damn it, I make the same mistake. I have an issue here where it's like I keep doing the primary adjustments on the top node, which is not what I want it to do. And then I have to go back, copy it over, then I gotta paste this and reset what I just did. Why is it so difficult for me to... Okay, so then this one is called CC curve. Oh no, primaries. Okay, that should be good enough. Now we'll make the adjustments in our color grading section. So I want to drop it down a bit, not too much. Same thing. I think I prefer when it's like a bit dark like this. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with like a, just like a tad dark. Okay, so if we go with that, okay, I'm just adding a bit of fade. So I just drop the contrast a little bit. It's probably good enough for that. I'm just gonna slightly increase the saturation on this one. Okay, and then maybe for the colors, just adjust it a bit. All right, let's see how this looks. So we're going with like a slightly faded look. And then I gotta double check how the yellows are here. So I think I need a little bit more pinkish tones, I think. Oh wait, no. Before we do this tool, let's try our hue shift. Okay. Because it is golden hour, so I think just a bit more warmth there is fine. And then maybe the reds. Okay, and then here he feels a bit soft. Okay. I like the shot. So then this one, just in case, we're gonna turn this into a LUT. Should we try some dehancer? It's been a while. I should try it out again. Let's see. Let's find the key moment here. Something like this, yeah. So here we're now popping up pretty high on the brights, but not overexposed. Let's ask a quick question to ChatGPT. Where are you? Amber, do people on people who use dehancer, do they ever just use the prints profile, or do they usually mix the print profile with the film stock profile together?
Yeah, definitely. So a lot of people who use dehancer will actually mix both. They'll use a film stock profile to get that sort of film look they want, and then they'll combine it with a print profile to fine tune the contrast and the color response. So it's pretty common to do a bit of both. Some people might just use the print profile on its own if they're going for a very particular vibe, but mixing the two is definitely a really common approach.
Okay, we're going to do something fun with this one. I think this is one of my favorite shots from that trip. Just because it was like golden hour. This is one of my favorite chimps at the island. You know, he's like kind of like an old looking geezer, but has a very like wise, distinguished look to him. You know, has more like silver hair. So let's see what can we create with this one. This one's a cool look. So the main thing I guess I'm looking for is like I want to maintain the sunset vibes. Darkish tones. Yeah, so somehow mixing in the brights. Something like this. So this one to me feels nice. So this one's like interesting to me. But then we might want to adjust it even more. Let's see. Yeah, because I think I still want to keep a little bit of the greenish tones. So it's a little bit tealish now. That's fine. So if I had to choose one, it'd be something like this. Okay, so let me think. Konica and press. Let's keep looking. Okay, this one's not bad either. Ultra Max. It's a bit warmer. Ultra Max 400. Yo, what's up? It's Violet Bands. Man, wait, has it been a while? It's been quite a while since I saw your name. Thank you very much for the epic raid. Yo, I appreciate it. Today we've been struggling with my Twitch connection. So I've been kind of like losing hope that my Twitch network situation will be fixed. So I'm glad to see that it's good enough that you decided to raid me. I appreciate it. You said, hey, how are you? Yo, I've been doing really well. It's been a while. Violet, how's everything with you? Yeah, because I think you were one of the first... You were one of the first Twitch accounts / streamers who followed me, and then I followed you because I'm just reminding myself, right? But I was following you since August 10th, 2025, which I believe is roughly when I started streaming, because today's our 76th day of streaming. So yeah, across 3 months. Violet, you said good, been busy working and going to school. Nice. Good to hear. I don't miss school, but I miss it at the same time. The best social life you'll ever have is during those times. Did not know that. Yeah, it's been a while. Well, Violet, listen, I'm assuming you're going to be hopping off sooner if you stopped your stream and everything. But firstly, thank you very much for gracing me and your viewers with with your presence and, tuning into me. Right now, I am editing some video stuff. So I went on a fun trip. So Violet, it's been such a long time that I can give you some cool updates that other people have already know. I streamed 46 days in a row. That was the first thing. That was like a fun little milestone. So ended up multi-streaming across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick for 46 days. Then I had to take 2 weeks off because I had this super cool opportunity where I work with Nikon quite a bit. And so they had reached out asking if I would be willing to test out their new Nikon ZR. Yeah, they asked if I wanted to test it out before the announcement. So I took it with me on a trip to Uganda. So this is what I'm editing right now, is some shots from this island where they have like 55 rescued chimpanzees. And I made my very first documentary film ever. And it was all filmed with the Nikon ZR. Super cool camera. I love it. It's gotten such good reviews from everyone. I made a review video as well, but feel free. I've pinned it to my chats. It's a 5-minute short documentary film that I made. And yeah, hopefully you enjoy it. But yeah, so then once I came back, I had to take the 2 weeks off to just, shoot and then edit and publish the video. And then I've been streaming since I've, come back from that. And now we're on day 76. So the past few days, it's been one of those kind of education streams. I was watching a lot of YouTube videos, learning how to color grade properly, like a color scientist would, or a colorist. And now I'm looking through some of my footages and I'm trying to color grade everything properly. And then a few of these I might turn into my own like presets or like LUTs. And yeah, eventually sell that to people, who want to edit like in my style or just support me, right? But yeah, it's been really fun. It's like I'm finally having fun color grading, somewhat like how much fun I have when I'm editing my photos in Lightroom. So I feel a bit more confident now when it comes to like trying to figure out which tools, which features can I play with to get some really cool cool effects. So anyways, but yeah, you said you are welcome and oh, nice. Yes, life is nice right now. So right now I'm looking at this one footage of this chimp, and this was like this old geezer chimp, and he was one of my favorite chimps that I got to film because he's like he's got all this silver hair and everyone seems to respect him. And I think one of the caregivers was explaining that this dude like never tries to be number one. Like, when all the other male chimps are like vying to be the alpha male, this dude just never gives a shit. So he's just content. He's content in life, never trying to be the best or be the leader, get all the accolades, get all the ladies or whatever else. He's just like, you know what? I'm part of the crew. I have my stature. People respect me. And I just live life. I don't have to fight others to enjoy life. So anyways, when he was explaining that to me, I was like, yo, this guy could be kind of like my spirit animal, maybe. Or I respect it. I respect the non-hustle. So anyways, Tambu is the name. Violet, you asked, are you using Lightroom or Lightroom Classic? I always use Lightroom Classic. I'm not sure. It's just one of those when I started, maybe like, what, was it 8 years ago when I started? Classic was just the thing that everyone used. And then when Lightroom, the other one, was being pushed, I just didn't like the UI just didn't feel as familiar to me. Even though I'm assuming they both can do the exact same thing. I have no idea. It's also confusing. Like, why do you have Lightroom Classic and then Lightroom? Yeah. So I just use Classic. I think everyone I know who works in Lightroom tends to use Classic. But that could just be one of those kind of like, you know, old school mentalities. And really, if you were to start from scratch, maybe the regular or the new Lightroom without Classic is considered better. I have no idea. Okay, I like this effect, just not with these colors. So it's like, I like the tonality, I guess, or the exposures and how it darkens some of the areas, but I want to retain the greens. But it is a cool effect. Kodak Ektar. Okay, let's keep that one in mind. And then right now I'm using a tool called Dehancer within DaVinci. So the editing software I'm using is called DaVinci Resolve. And then there's a film emulation software that I'm currently testing out right now called Dehancer. So that's another company that it's a company that reached out to me to see if I would be willing to test it and then like review it. And so, yeah, I'm trying to stress test it. And then I do need to make a YouTube video on my experience with it, which overall has been very positive. I just, and a lot of people, a lot of professionals, a lot of like prominent YouTubers, it seems like they all use Dehancer. So it is a very reputable company. The only knocks I would say, generally speaking, is just that it's a very pricey tool. So, you know, it's just a question of like, are you willing to spend, it might be like $500 or something, to get it. So. But if you are doing a lot of video editing stuff, it does such a good job with the film emulation. And then the other thing is sometimes like with DaVinci, for example, they have some built-in features which may render the use of Dehancer somewhat obsolete. For instance, if you're trying to do some grain effects or if you're trying to do like some halation or bloom, it might be that Dehancer will eventually have their own better version of it. So those are some things to keep in mind. However, obviously Dehancer doesn't do just like a grainy effect or just like the bloom and halation. It has everything else that's baked into it, including all these different film stock profiles that you can play with. So, yeah. Violet, you said, I agree. I don't know why they have two. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's ask. It's just such a random thing. There must be a reason. Amber, I need you to throw some knowledge at us. Why does Adobe have two versions of Lightroom? Why do they retain Classic and then just Adobe Lightroom?
Yeah, sure. So basically, Adobe keeps two versions of Lightroom around because they serve slightly different needs and users. Lightroom Classic is kind of the traditional desktop focused version that a lot of longtime photographers know and love. It's got that really deep file management system with catalogs, and it's just super robust for people who like that kind of old school, everything on my hard drive kind of workflow. On the flip side, the newer version, which is just called Lightroom, is more cloud-centric. It's built for people who want to edit on the go, sync their edits across multiple devices, and just have that sort of modern cloud-based workflow. So that's why both exist. They just kind of cater to different styles and preferences. And some people actually use both depending on what they need.
Well, there we go. We got our answer. So I guess Lightroom Classic has more of the desktop features, and then Lightroom without Classic is just more cloud-based and like easier to work with across devices, maybe for on-the-go edits. Violet said, I have Premiere Pro, but I've been hearing a lot of positive things about DaVinci lately. Ooh, well, listen, if I can convert you over, I think DaVinci is really, really powerful. It's a very powerful tool. And personally, it's like when I was trying to learn video editing a long time ago, when I made my very first video ever, it was with the Premiere Pro. And to be fair, it's before I actually knew what I was doing. So I didn't even know any of the video editing terminologies. I was just kind of trying to follow YouTube videos. And to me, Premiere Pro just didn't feel very intuitive in terms of the UI. It's kind of like Photoshop for me as well, where it's like the concept of layers and stuff. It's just like, it wasn't like hitting my brain cells properly, right? Or at least my brain cells weren't firing. So yeah, I don't know. It just felt like a different language to me altogether. Final Cut Pro felt slightly more intuitive to me when I was like working with it. But like I said, the big caveat is that over the it's like, I only live one life. So I started with Premiere Pro when I didn't know anything about video. Then I started using Final Cut when I was starting to do like vertical, short form reels, like wildlife footages. So I was getting more experience with it. And then when I learned DaVinci, I think DaVinci felt a little bit like a steeper learning curve. But at the time, I was like, I invested maybe 1 month of just watching YouTube videos about DaVinci and just hardcore learning all about it. So once I got the hang of it, then it felt really easy to use. Generally speaking, I'm still learning all the shortcuts. This concept of the node tree is not like the easiest. It somewhat makes sense, but it's also like kind of like layers in Photoshop. But it is fairly simple to understand because you have like at the bottom, you have all these tabs where you start with like imports, like so here where you can drag in footage from your hard drives or wherever you've got your footages. So you have like, and they do it in, how do you say? Everything is done sequentially, right? So you have one tab for like when you do your media, finding your media. This one's for cutting your footages. I never actually use it, by the way. I just jump right to the edit tab. So then the edit tab, this is where you have your timelines and you have all your audio tracks, your video tracks, blah, blah, blah. And then you have something in the middle called Fusion, which is like Adobe After Effects. So then I just jump over to this one, which is all the color stuff. So the moment I'm ready to like play with colors, I just hop over here. They have a dedicated tab for the any audio related stuff. And then the final one is for when you want to export. So like, I think it's fairly intuitive. And from my understanding, the DaVinci is used by a lot of like pro colorists is what I guess they call it. So anyone who's like really focused on getting the best colors out of your footages, it seems like DaVinci might be considered top of the line, or at least one of the best ones to get you the best quality colors. I think Premiere mixed in with After Effects is still considered like probably the gold standard when it comes to like visual, like motion graphics and like all the other kind of crazy tools that you have. But yeah. Which one was the first one of these I liked? I should have written these down. Damn. Impressa. Konica Impressa. Okay, it still looks good. Violet, you're asking, are you able to do masking? Yes, absolutely. So, for example, I have a node here, and they even have something called AI Magic Mask. And this AI Magic Mask is actually pretty solid. We can test it here, actually. So let's say if I take this, I don't know how it's going to do, but let's say, I think it's as simple as I just click. Oh wait, sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Let me just create a new node. Okay, so in a new node, if I like, do I click and drag? No, I just click. Okay, so once I tap on this, so then you can see here just by clicking, it's like automatically identifying the subject. And then you can also click on better quality. So if I zoom in, you can see it's like doing a pretty good job of like actually masking in the subject. If I click on better, now that I've selected better, it actually does a soft edge masking. And I actually feel like it's pretty damn good, you know? You can see all the edges. It's grabbed it pretty nicely. And then the question is obviously it has to do it across frames. But even in the single frame, it somehow recognized where the subject is and what's not the subject. And so then you can hit this button that will track it forwards and backwards. And then, yeah, at the end of it, if it's properly captured, and you can always adjust frame by frame, then you can invert the mask. So then you can grab everything on the outside or you grab everything on the inside, up to you, and do some more custom grading. So yeah. So yeah, I think it's pretty decent. Oh shoot, what'd I do? Did I break it? What did I do? There we go. And then you can do like windows. You can create like a linear gradient. You can create a window and invert where you want it. So it's got all the usual. What did I do? It feels a bit darker than I remember it. I think I want these colors, but it's like a bit dark here. Oh, that's why. Okay, I forgot because I zoomed. I moved to a different location. We're trying to make our color grade from this particular moment here. So like with these colors. Violet, you said this is like After Effects. How is their tracking feature? I often have trouble tracking in Premiere Pro and After Effects. I just don't use it as much. But we can try. Listen, let's try it with one of these shots. Maybe I'll do a shorter shot just because I don't want it to take too much time. So let's find a. Okay, let's take this one. Yeah. Oh no, there's too much random stuff. Actually, no, that could be a good test, but trying to find like a quick clip. Okay, we'll just take this one. So if we have our little masking tool, let's see, we'll go to the beginning of the shot. Where is it? AI mask. Okay, so we're in AI mask. Now I'm just gonna click around. Okay, so it took me 3 clicks. So this is the newest version of DaVinci. So in the new version, you can just click on spots and it'll automatically identify. In the past, I think you had to draw lines, and then with the you would have to draw your lines, and then it would kind of guess from there. And same thing, you can see that it's not doing a perfect job, but then once I click on better, now it seems to, well, it does a better job, which is yeah. Okay, so then let's go ahead and track it forwards and backwards. Oh my god, it's saying it's going to take 4 minutes and 20 seconds. But yeah, at the very least you can see it here, right? So hopefully it's a bit visible. Let me go full screen maybe. So yeah, it's frame by frame. As far as I can see from a distance a little bit, it seems to be holding up pretty strong. You know, even with my camera motion. And, you know, it's like, for the most part, maybe this is not the toughest. It's not the most challenging example, because you have a decent contrast between the gorilla, the chimp and the grass. But still, it is a tough example because you've got fur everywhere. So that you got these individual strands of hair, which you would imagine must be pretty tough, right? So the fact that it seems to recognize it and apply that kind of soft feathering to the edges, and even with the head turns, yeah, I'm not seeing it visibly where it's like it's really messing up. It's doing like 98% of the job. And then if there's a few moments, maybe if then you can always just do some fine tuning. But as you can see, the fact that this is taking like 4 minutes it's like, I just don't play with it too much. But I think as I'm getting more comfortable with video editing and stuff, I will probably apply it a bit more. So then I can do a bit more like, Yeah, because I use it all the time in photo editing, right? You just create a mask for your subject, create a mask for the background. That way you can control the lighting or colors better. Oh, here's a good example. So it's a chimp passed in front, and it actually kept focus and masking even with the obstruction walking past. That's pretty badass. That's actually not bad. But yeah, I'm always curious, like, is DaVinci's, magic mask, how does it compare to Premiere or After Effects? In my mind, I always assume After Effects is probably like the best. But like I said, DaVinci, it seems like they're always adding a bunch of new tools. A lot of people, I feel like, are shifting over to DaVinci, or I've seen a lot of videos. The reason I shifted over there to begin with was because I was watching some YouTube videos from people who were like, hey, they're pretty prominent YouTubers, but like, hey, we're actually switching over to DaVinci. Maybe they got paid to do that. Who knows? Is DaVinci owned by Blackmagic? I believe so. I think it's like Blackmagic Design or something that owns it. I have no idea though. But then the other reason that I started editing in DaVinci is that I own my Nikon cameras. So I have a Nikon Z9, and at the time, as I wanted to do more video, they have an option to shoot in NRAW, which is like their own codec compared to like shooting in Apple ProRes RAW. And so I wanted to test it out anyways. And also with shooting in NRAW, it allowed me to, it was a more efficient file size. So I could shoot like 3 times as much footage as I could if I was shooting in Apple ProRes RAW while maintaining like a 12-bit standard. So the only software that actually works with the Nikon NRAW codec is DaVinci Resolve. Or at the time it was. I don't know if it's changed. So that also kind of forced my hand a bit, whereas like if I want to shoot in this NRAW format, then I need to learn how to use DaVinci. Now, to be fair, some people, what they do is they use DaVinci just to convert their Nikon NRAW files into like a readable format inside of Premiere Pro. So they'll use DaVinci just to do the conversion from the NRAW to like a Apple ProRes something, and then they take those files into Premiere Pro. So yeah, some people use it for that. I just figured I was too lazy to have to play with a bunch of different programs. I actually do have Premiere Pro, and I have Final Cut Pro. So okay, so you can see a few moments there where it like kind of flickered, so it didn't keep the masking entirely on a number of those frames. But I watched some YouTube videos, so it's like whenever you find those moments, all you have to do is pause on that frame, click on it, and then either track forward or something like that, and then it'll correct for it. Okay, so at the very least, we can see here, it did a pretty good job. There's only a few moments, I think, where it missed something. One, it's keeping... yeah, so sometimes with the fruit, you'll see it kind of flicker in and out. There's a moment where you saw things tossed. Let's see if it... I'm assuming it captured it in the thing as well. I'm not sure. Here, it did a really good job of not catching the other chimp. Yeah, so it really only struggled with whatever the food that it was eating at times, where it would flicker. And then just like a quick moment here in the passing moments. So yeah, there you go. Not bad, right? Listen, I hope you say not bad, because I just spent 4 minutes and 20 seconds watching this thing render, and I'm not going to use this probably, so where was I? Oh yeah, this guy. Is it only DaVinci Resolve Studio, or is there another version? So there's DaVinci Resolve, and then I think DaVinci Resolve Studio is the paid version. So DaVinci Resolve is free, and for most people, like we were having this conversation earlier in this stream. But I think DaVinci Resolve, it packs in quite a lot of features into their free version, to the point where some people don't necessarily ever need to get the paid version. So, which is quite, quite considerate of them. But yeah. So yeah, you might as well try out the free version, you know, see what you think about it, and then you can always make that decision. The reason I switched over to the paid version at the time was because I was shooting mostly in 120 frames per second, or I had a bunch of 120 frames per second footages, and DaVinci, you can't export at 120 frames. I think it'll consume the 120, but then you would have to export it into a smaller frame rate. So if I wanted to retain the 120, I was like, okay, then I need to get the paid version. Okay, I really like these colors. Yeah, we'll push it to this. Let's see what else we can change about this one. Violet asked, are you using the paid one? And you just answered, yes, I just answered. I read minds sometimes, okay? We have this uncanny ability. Violet, do you do mostly... What do you know? Do you do like photos or videos, or what do you focus on usually? Violet says, if I download the free version and then decide to pay, would it automatically update to studio? Yeah, exactly. Like I had the free version first and I was playing with it, and then eventually I was like, oh, I need the paid version. And it might even be a button inside of it somewhere where it's like, you know, here's your money. And it's like, you know, thank you. Yeah, it's probably under help, because there's like deactivate license. So maybe there's a button here where it's like, oh, go ahead and upgrade. But yeah, like for instance, well, not every, but there's just been a number of, even in recent times, after I published my Nikon ZR videos, we've had an influx of new people following my YouTube channel, which is obviously great. And then a bunch of new people who would hop into the YouTube streams at times. And a lot of them were very professional, like videographers, filmmakers and stuff. And it seems like all of them use DaVinci. They might use different cameras, right? Obviously. But it seems like DaVinci is the gold standard for like... okay, I'll take it back a little bit. But it seems like so far, DaVinci is the one that all of them use. But then when it comes to like... So one of the struggles I've had recently is that I'm trying to hire a video editor for my YouTube channel, because it's just... I need support. I have to start outsourcing. I just don't work fast enough. Especially if I'm going to do more like talking head videos and product reviews, things like that. But then most video editors on like freelance sites like Upwork and stuff, it seems like most people just focus on Premiere Pro and After Effects. So okay, this tonal range, I usually like playing with it. Let's see what it'll do. It's softened the image, which is good, but I think I don't like it too much on this one. Well, what if I bump that over there and then do this? Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Okay. So if we combine it, then I think I like it. So for example, if we drop the white point down, so instead of flattening the whites, we're kind of keeping it shiny, I guess, like a high contrast. Then I can increase the tonal range and it won't make the rest of the footage seem so flat, while maintaining like this nice, like rich tones. Okay, this is looking good. Violet, you said, I primarily do graphic design, but I also do photography and video editing. Nice, you do it all. Trifecta. I used Adobe, Photoshop, InDesign, Premiere Pro, After Effects, learning Figma at the moment, and we'll be learning Illustrator next semester. Oh man. You're so lucky, man. And you're in school right now, so man, I'm so jealous. I wish I learned all of those tools when I was in school. Figma probably is one of the better tools for you to learn. It seems like in my previous job, I worked quite a lot with like UX UI designers and developers, and so Figma seems like in terms of corporate world, if you get comfortable with that, that probably will take you far in terms of like, you know, project management and like, you know, working on teams for product design. Illustrator probably as well, although it seems like, I don't know, it seems like a lot of designers maybe don't use it as much. I'm trying to think. I guess it depends what you do, but I know Figma is the big one. That's as much as my knowledge goes. Self-taught Lightroom, nice. You have 1 semester left. Well, listen, enjoy it, okay? Once you're fully into the adult world of people just saying good luck, best of luck to you if you want to learn something. Yeah. Welcome to the adult life. And this is why I've been enjoying what I've been doing so far. So this is a bit of a gamble, right? So I've left corporate world for the past 2 years, and the hope is that I can continue to not be in corporate world by doing these things, whether it's a mix of freelance, whether it's my YouTube channel, working with different brands, live streaming. The goal is if you can end up making money and making this a career, right? If you can sustain yourself by live streaming and all that kind of stuff, it's like what? And then it's like I can finally take time to learn things at my pace. Yeah, hopefully in an entertaining way. But yeah, like, and that's kind of what I did, right? This past week of streaming, it's just been like I would have a small window open here where we're watching like a YouTube video that's breaking down some of the techniques and all that, and then I'm taking notes. So then, for instance, here I have my notes that I took about, okay, if I'm creating my proper node tree in my workflow and, you know, preparing for LUTs, here's my workflow. And then I'm taking notes from all the videos I'm watching, trying to combine from other people's knowledges until I get to something that I think hopefully takes the best of everyone's world, and then I apply it to my work. So that's been super fun. So like to get paid to just like learn what you want to learn at your pace. Yeah. Okay, so I like these colors quite a bit. It's unique. Let's see, what else do we need to change about it? Let's quickly just double check a few other things. So now it's getting a bit warm, and it is golden hour, so I have to keep that in mind. But I kind of like, let's see, I want a bit of that bluish, like tealish tones kept in as well. So I don't want it to feel too much like so something like this looks good. Yeah, let me compare it to that. Somewhere like right here looks good. Okay, so this we won't change. Color density. Yes, I always like this density. Now saturation, because generally speaking, I don't like when it's overly saturated, although it kind of looks nice in this one. Violet, you said I'm actually 43. Oh, okay. Well, my mistake. My mistake. You know, I just, you know, safe assumption, but when someone's studying, that's the thing. So you're breaking from expectations, which is great. Because, like, you know, the assumption is, like, if someone is in semesters or taking courses, you just always assume it's, like, someone who is up until university, maybe. And it's so unfortunate in our day and age where it feels like that's the only time you're supposed to be learning things, like in a classroom setting or in a course setting. Otherwise, it's like, hey, look, you know, take off and do your best to survive, you know? So it's nice that we do live in a world, and it's good that you're breaking from that, right? It's like, hey, at any age, you can really just like, why is studying only reserved for the people who haven't developed their brain fully yet? So in an ideal world, I am hoping that I could feel like I'm constantly taking courses up until like, whatever, 60, I don't know, 70, who knows, right? So Okay, so I don't know if I want to desaturate this too much. But sometimes I feel like with too much saturation, it won't carry over into other footages maybe. So let's drop the saturation just slightly. And then in terms of the dehancer effects that I like the most, it is definitely the halation, bloom effects, and the film grain. Just to add a little nice like soft glow. But I don't think that translates over into the LUTs. Okay, so then here, I think we're good. I think I like this quite a bit. So let's create a new version. Let's rename this one for LUT creation. What does that mean? I need to now delete all these guys. We need to delete the color balance stuff, color correction stuff. And okay, so I think, oh, and then the color space transform. So now we got our color gradings and dehancer effect. So now I right click, generate LUT 65 point cube, and we'll call this one YP Creative 4. And naming convention is what? YP, this will be I guess we'll just call it Golden Hour Chimp. Listen, we'll come up with more creative names later. Now is not the time. Alright, so now that we've created it, let's see, if we apply it to a different shot. There it is. It works. She lives. Obviously, okay, but that's not like the best test because the colors look somewhat similar. So obviously we want to test it on, you know, a challenging shot. Well, let's just let it play out fully. So it's a bit dark there, but that's by design. We can always adjust it later. Violet says, I studied graphic design in 2005, only got an associate's, and I discovered that it was not enough to get a job, so I went back during COVID to work on my BFA. What is BFA? Best Friends. But I had to completely start over because the credits did not transfer. Gotcha, gotcha. BFA. Bachelor's for the Arts, maybe? Man, the colors look so much cooler now. I almost feel like I need to replace these shots from my documentary film with these new color graded ones. But maybe not, because it might look too different. Because, you know, sometimes I feel like you need to have like a single style across your film or across certain sections. So this might end up mixing too much. But this looks good. I like it. Okay. So this is our fourth attempt at creating a LUT. Let's try, okay, so let me try to apply it on an image that's quite different from everything else. So like before, we're going to test it. So which one should we test it on? Where's the footage? Okay, we can test it on this one because this one's quite. At least it's like neutral. All right, let's try this one. All right, so new version for LUT testing. So let's go to our gallery. Let's apply our power grade. Oh shoot, I shouldn't have done that. Okay, here we go. So then from here, let's test out this new LUT. Okay. I'm not a fan of it. It's like it just basically just added more warmth to the shot, which I just personally don't like. Parts of it does feel a little bit overexposed as well. So I don't think it really worked on this shot. So just keeping that in mind. Let's test it on this shot then. Dun, 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 dun. Whoops. For LUT testing. All right, so let's deactivate these guys. And let's slap this guy in there. Okay, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's got like a muddy feel to it, but it's like a grungy, muddy feel inside the desert. So just, yeah, it feels like you're in a mudslide. But it feels dramatic. It feels like, how do I say? I think the colors are nice, or the lighting is really to my standard of like what I enjoy. So it's not overexposed, it's not too bright, it feels a bit dark and moody. And then the question is just like, do I prefer this muddy tone or do I prefer a bit more like greenish, cooler tone? But I totally see this one working. Nice. Okay, okay. Especially in the beginning when it's like before the sunlight really kicks in. Violet said, I downloaded it to explore. Well, hells yeah. Listen, Violet, if you have any questions, not that I have at least 2 years of working in DaVinci, so I know the basics. How about that? So at the very least, I can help you out. If there's a few key things you want to do in terms of every time you work with a project. Although there's one thing apparently I'm not doing correct. I could be wrong. Let me see. Because I play in the color science, should I be using color managed? Okay, so that's one thing I need to double check. I'll check later. Listen, I survived this long with the settings I'm using. Yeah, shot looks good. I like it. I like it a lot. But I think still the... Which one is it? Is that one? Version 1. Oh, gee. Must be that one, but let's see. No, not this one. This is the OG. So this one just felt a bit more neutral or like normal. Although I'm looking at the greens are a little bit poppy, but it's acceptable. This one just feels more dramatic. Awesome. Okay, let me ask ChatGPT another question real quick. So in DaVinci, I usually have my project settings for the color management set to DaVinci YRGB for the color signs. However, should I actually be using DaVinci YRGB color managed?
It really depends on what kind of workflow you prefer. If you like having more control over every little detail and you're used to doing all of the color management manually, then sticking with DaVinci YRGB is totally fine. It gives you that flexibility to set everything up yourself. On the other hand, if you want DaVinci to handle more of that color management behind the scenes, and you like the idea of having it automatically transform your footage into a more standardized color space, then using the DaVinci YRGB color manage option can save you some steps. It kind of depends on how hands-on you want to be, but both approaches are totally valid.
I think ChatGPT too often does like the both sides. Like, you know what? Both are good. You know, it's just really your feelings. What do you feel like? Go with that. Okay, it is now 11:45 p.m. So I think this is probably a proper place. And you know what? We've created 4 different LUTs, so I'm feeling good right now. Tomorrow, what is tomorrow? Hold on a second. Let me think. Tomorrow, oh yeah, I'm supposed to. There's a movie night with some buddies, so that'll be nice. So that means I probably will end up streaming a little bit earlier, just in case. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I forget what time we're supposed to meet up and stuff. So all right. Well, with all of that said, then hold on. Is there something on the screen here? What is that? I don't know if you guys can see something on your screen, but I see something pop up. Okay, I don't know what it is. Something about Cloudflare, this or that. Guys, I appreciate everyone's time. Is that Alexa? Oh no, that's my ChatGPT, but I've named it Amber. So, source code error. I'm not sure what it was. It was saying something about like, hey, something about Cloudflare not connected or something. You see it? Yeah, I'm not sure what that was, but I don't know if I should show it on screen until I can figure out what it is. Either way, I need to end the stream. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow. Thanks for everyone for an enjoyable day 76. And so tomorrow will be day 77. You got it.